Em cho like trên fader. Trần Anh Dũng gửi hết rồi ạ. Báo ok hết đấy ạ. 11 giờ Trần Anh Dũng vẫn gọi cho cháu mà. Chú ở đâu rồi ạ? Ôi vâng vâng, đây mọi người đều đang sẵn sàng chờ hết rồi. Dạ dạ. Đang tắt đường ngay Liễu Giai đấy. Dạ. Để chương trình đấy, tôi đang ngồi lên cả Zoom luôn.
Có lẽ là vì chúng ta đang bị tắc đường một chút. Giáo sư Tín cũng đang tắc đường, Trần Anh Dũng cũng đang tắc đường. Trần Anh Dũng ngay đây rồi. Chúng ta sẽ đợi một chút để coi như rằng là sẽ bắt đầu được. Thì
So good morning, everybody. So this is Professor Bùi Minh Trí, the director of Institute of Imperial Citadel Study, and the convener and organizers of the conference today. And for this, for the conference today, we will start it from like in 10 minutes, and then we will last in 4 hours. And there will be 8 presentations during for the conference this morning, and we will divide it into 2 sessions. It will beginning by Professor Tống Trung Tín, Dr. Trần Anh Dũng, Prof. Bùi Minh Trí, and international scholars presentation, Professor Chin Ta Su, Cao Xian Ming, and Sarong Vong, and David Brazison. Professor Chin Ta Su is the president of the Qingde and Ceramic Society and from lecturer at the Beijing University. And we also Dr. Sarong Vong from Hong Kong, Chinese University of Hong Kong, we present about the ceramic distribution in Hong Kong and Guangzhou, Guangdong during the Song period. And Dr. David Brotherson from the Nanyang University, Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, we present about the Song ceramic in Angkor during the Song period. So for this conference, Vietnamese participants will gather at the conference venue, and international participants will present and attend via the Zoom channel. During the conference, there will two keynote lectures delivered by Professor Bui Minh Chi and Professor Jin Ta Su. So for today's conference, many important ceramic experts of Vietnam are gathering here in this venue, and there are also many directors and researchers from many provincial museums in North Vietnam. They also being here with us, and also many researchers from many institutions in Hanoi, from the Historical Study Institute, from the Sinonome Institute, and also from the Ministry of Culture and Sport and Tourism. We are still We are still waiting for one presenter. It's in the early morning in Hanoi as well. So the traffic jam is quite serious now in Hanoi. So sorry for that.
Kính thưa các nhà khoa học quốc tế, các nhà khoa học Việt Nam, kính thưa các vị khách mời và các bạn đồng nghiệp. Xin lỗi chúng ta phải chờ thêm dịch.
Vâng, giáo sư Tấn bây giờ mới vào. Bây giờ dự với chúng ta có rất nhiều giáo sư trên quốc tế, như giáo sư Kikuchi cũng đang dự, giáo sư Louis Scott, giáo sư Sarah dự, rất là đông các giáo sư và các bạn bè quốc tế đang dự cùng với chúng ta trên Zoom. Rất nhiều người quen ạ. Okay, so we will start now. So ladies and gentlemen, so this is Dr. Lê Đức Hạnh, our Vice Director of the Institute of the Imperial Citadel Study in Hanoi. He will introduce briefly about the contents of this conference and also introduce delegates from the delegates for this conference and people attending this.
Đây cũng là lần đầu tiên tìm hiểu hệ thống các loại hình di vật với số lượng lớn, khoảng hàng vài triệu di vật khảo cổ, gồm đồ gốm, vật liệu kiến trúc, đồ kim loại, di cốt động vật, phản ánh sinh động nhiều mặt về đời sống văn hóa.
So For the decades, for the last decade, Vietnamese archaeologists has undertaken an important excavation at the Thang Long Imperial Citadel that's lasted for 1,000 years. And at the excavation site, we have found million and million of artifacts, especially Chinese ceramics and Chinese artifacts. So these are the important evidence showing and proving that the Chinese porcelain was used in Thang Long Citadel, and this also the important proof, evident to show the economic and cultural exchange between the Thang Long and China. It also this important scientific issue for studying the relationship between Vietnam and China during the history. The Thang Long Citadel also the place that found many important Vietnamese ceramic during the Lý period. And it's very important to say that the Lý Vietnam ceramic and the China Song ceramic are very similar in quality.
Để dẫn khi chú nói thì cháu chỉ lấy từ đoạn này đến đoạn này thôi. Dạ. Để dẫn chú sẽ nói.
So our conference, the theme of our conference today is the Song Chinese ceramic in the excavated in the Thang Long Citadel, and this the content of this conference is important for studying the ancient history and culture of the Thang Long heritage site, and important for the conservation project and in the future. And Professor Bùi Minh Chí, director of the Institute of Imperial Citadel Study, will be the convener and the chairman. I would like to introduce scholars and delegates. Many international scholars are joining us and presenting. Professor Jin Ta Shu and Cao Xianping from the Beijing University. Dr. Sarong Wong from Hong Kong Chinese University from Hong Kong, China. Dr. David Brotherson from the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. And we would like to welcome researchers from many institutions in Hanoi, Vietnam National University, Vietnam Association of Archaeology, Ministry of Culture and Tourism, National Museum of History, and representative from many local and provincial museums. The contents of the conference also invite many interest from the international scholar, and international scholar will join us virtually via Zooms, and in Zoom now and on Facebook we see many important and famous scholars and also researchers from all around the world. There are also many central and provincial televisions and broadcasting in Hanoi and in Vietnam. So on behalf of the organizer, I would like to welcome all the participants, distinguished guests, and colleagues joining us for this conference. So now I would like to invite Professor Bùi Minh Chí, Director of the Institute of Imperial Citadel Study, the expert of Vietnamese ceramic, to be the chairman of the conference, and he will be delivering an opening speech now. So, thank you, Dr. Hạnh, ladies and gentlemen. So I would like to welcome international friends and colleagues who are watching us from all around the world. So I would like to inform that this is the first ever conference in Vietnam about the Chinese ceramic found in Vietnam, and we will start it with the Song Dynasty ceramic. This is a very interesting but very difficult issue.
Vị nắng
And
thiên Nam không? Nắng thiên nào?
听见？你终于出现了。我昨天发微信给你，你没有回我。
Và chúng ta được thấy rằng là hoàng thành Thăng Long kể từ khi phát hiện ra đến nay thì chúng ta có thấy rằng đã trở thành một cái điểm.
So Thang Long Imperial Citadel is now recognized as the World Cultural Heritage, and one of the symbol of the Vietnamese culture and civilization through many historical dynasties. And at this site, Vietnamese archaeologists has unearthed and discovered many important palatial architectures, especially, and many important porcelain and ceramics. So for the porcelain artifacts that we excavated in this site, including the Vietnamese, Chinese, South Asian, Western Asia, and Europe. And among them, the Vietnamese and Chinese are the most abundant in quantity. The Chinese ceramic found and unearthed from the Thang Long Citadel is abundant in the quality, and is ranged from the 7th century to the 19th century. So therefore, maybe in the royal court life of the Thang Long Citadel, the porcelain from Thang Long is very important and play a very crucial part in the royal court life. And they were used for the kings, for the royal court, and for the royal family. But for understanding the values and of this collection, so we need to pay a lot of attention and make a lot of effort to make this. And I think that it would need like more than 10 years for studying this collection. As an expert of Vietnamese ceramic, I have proposed a project to study about the Chinese ceramic excavated from the Thang Long Citadel, and how to identify the date and distinguish between the Northern Song ceramic and the Southern Song ceramic. And more importantly, we have to identify the provenance and the origins and the kings of the ceramics. So it's not easy task. And one of the most important difficulty for the Vietnamese scholars when we study the ceramic, the Chinese ceramic in Thang Long Citadel, the most important thing is to distinguish between Chinese Song ceramic and the Vietnamese Ly ceramic. So this is a very important question, and we need to seek for the answer to answer this question. Because the Vietnamese during the Ly Dynasty, the ceramic is developed and the quality is equal and similar to the Song Chinese ceramics. And therefore, earlier, many Vietnamese and international scholars, the conventional thought is that they were not Vietnamese, but they are the Song China ceramics. However, the result of the excavation at the Thang Long Citadel have proved that the Ly Dynasty Vietnam have produced high-end and very high-quality ceramics, and we we have found many important evidence to show that. During the last 2 years, my institute have undertaken a long-term
他
project
们
to
现在是同声传译是吗？会议啊，
to distinguish between the Vietnamese Li Dynasty and the Chinese Song Dynasty ceramics. We also make effort to visit ceramic kilns and ceramic production center in in China
不
for
停。
comparative study. And we also invite international scholar, Chinese scholar, and Chinese expert to come to us to discuss about the assemblies of the Chinese ceramic in this. And this conference is also another important method for us to discuss and communicate with international scholar in studying the Song Chinese ceramics. So I'm very happy to have all of you joining us for this conference, because the theme of this conference is very small, and we need expert to join us. But due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we could not invite you to come to Hanoi for today. But at least we could see online. So on behalf of the organizer, I would like to express our greatest attitude to the international participants. And this could be so for beginning of the conference today, I would like to invite Professor Tống the former director of the Vietnam Institute of Archaeology, and he is he's now the president of the Vietnam Association of Archaeology. Professor Tống will present about the Song ceramic excavated from the one specific site in Thăng Long Citadel, is from the Trần Phú site. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to be the first presenter of the conference today. So I will briefly introduce about the result of our discoveries. About the Song ceramic excavated at the site 6264 Trần Phú Street, Ba Đình district in Hanoi from the 2008 to 2009. So at the excavation site, we found many important ceramic collections, including the Vietnamese, Chinese, and Western Asia, and also Japanese ceramics. But for the conference today, we will focus only on the collection of the Song ceramics. So previously, Professor Tống and Professor Bùi Minh Trí they are both directors and vice director of the long-term project studying and excavating the archaeological site at the Thang Long Citadel. So I and Professor Bùi Minh Trí always exchange the ideas, and we always find it very difficult to distinguish the specific and the rare type and provenance of the Chinese ceramic, especially in the field of the exchange of the technology, the making technologies. and also it's difficult for us to distinguish the period, especially for the exchange, uh, uh, but it's very important for us today to present our results, and we would like to share and would like to learn from the international scholar. So
Thăng Long thì chúng ta phải nhận gốc về cơ bản là ở trong cái khu vực thành Ba Đình của Hà Nội. Thế thì cái điểm mà tôi với trí đào đầu tiên đấy thì nó là trung tâm của trung tâm. Cái điểm mà tôi đào ở 62 số 4 Trần Phú.
So the site at the Trần Phú is in the at the corner and the outer space of the Thang Long imperial citadels, and it was overlapped and it was it's not intact anymore. And at this site there are a huge wall, a huge brick wall of the citadel during the Nguyen Dynasty in the 19th centuries. And because of that structure, it destroyed almost the entire the cultural layer of the previous periods, from the Đại La to the Li to Chen dynasty. So the site was were destroyed and damaged heavily. However, we still unearthed and used in many important ceramics. For Chinese ceramic, we have found the from the Tang to Song to Yuan, Ming, and Qing periods. So now we are undertaking the analyzing and studying project the artifacts from this excavation. So for the Song ceramic from this site, we counted is about 50 pieces of the Song ceramics that we will present in the next slides.
Gốm sứ thời Bắc Tống ở đây chúng tôi gốm sứ thời Tống thì ở đây chúng tôi nhận diện được bước đầu 2 thế kỷ.
So we could identify two periods of the Song ceramic in this site, including the Northern Song from the Northern Song and the Southern Song period. So I am not, I don't have as much experience as Professor Chi to study the ceramic kilns in China, but I already have the experience to study the Chinese ceramic kilns in Guangxi. But I can see that the Guangxi ceramic have a very close connection with the Vietnamese ceramic during the Li period. However, at this site, we don't see any Guangxi ceramic at the Trần Phú site. But we often say that they are the Fujian and also the Southern Song in the 12th century and 13th centuries. For Northern Song ceramic, mostly the white gray ceramics and bowls, and this is among the most important and most abundant artifacts. The number is limited, but the type is very diverse. So there are some the image of we classify as a type 1. Type 1, and this type of bowl is very popular in Tanglong. The white, gray, and the low foot ring, and with the thick rim, mouth rim, and we identify as a type 1, and this is type 2. For this second type, the gray is not completed, and is the lower part and the foot rim is ungray. And we can see that the clay is not as white as the first one, and it's because it's mixed between the kaolin and the other kind of soils. The Vietnamese Lee ceramic also have the similar shape, but the weight is lighter. Oh, this is the second type of bowl, and the gray is bright. The white gray is brighter, and the base is very short, with the decoration of the lotus pedestal. This is the third type, and we could see that the upper part of the bowl and the rim is different from the first one and the second one, decorated with the lotus petal inside lotus petal. It's also popular not only in this side, but also we found many in other sites in Thang Long. So this is the fourth type. We can see that the upper part and the mouth is open to the outer. We can see that the color of the gray is different. This is the fifth type, and we can see that the shape is very clear, that the decoration of the lotus shape. This is the sixth type, and the gray is not as good as the previous one. So now I introduce some type of the dishes and plate. The characteristic of the dishes is the gray and the clay is exactly the same with the bowls. Actually, this type of dish is quite popular in other sites in Tanglong. So I divide it into several types. This is the second type with the deep bowl. This is the third type, and this is the fourth type. So you can see that the rim and the exterior body is similar to the bowl I introduced previously. And this is the last type. The gray is different from the previous one, and it's green white. So for the Southern Song ceramic, for Southern Song ceramic, we found 13 pieces, including the Long Chuan, Celadon, and also the Chính Tơ Chân porcelain.
Thì ở cái loại gọi là sang cái giai đoạn muộn á, tức là Bắc Công từ 127 đến 1279 ấy, thì là chúng tôi thấy là phân ra được hai cái dòng gốm khác nhau. Và ở đây ấy, thì là chúng tôi
So if in the northern Song period, we found many Fujian were in Thăng Long Citadel at the Trần Phú side, but for the southern Song, we don't see the Fujian ware anymore, but we found the Long Chuan and the Chính Tơ Chân. And your Long Chuan ceramic production was important center in China, and also the Chính Tơ Chân ceramic production in Jiangxi. It's not much in and not abundant in the quantity. As I mentioned earlier, that I has experience when I studied the Guangxi ceramics, and in Guangxi ceramics they produce many celadons, but I think that the artifact that we found from the Zhenfu side is similar to the Longquan, not Guangxi. It's including 5 types, including bowl, dish, beaker, incense burner, and boxes. This is a photo and example of the Celadon's Longquan Celadon bowl. And this kind of Celadon bowl is appear quite a lot in Tanglong Citadel, not only in my site, but also we also discover in other site. So it's very typical type of the Longquan Celadon found in Tanglong Citadel. The decoration motif is including the lotus pattern and peony. This is the second type of the Celadon bowl, and this type of Celadon also popular in other archaeological sites. You can see that the grace and the bright is very perfect. This is example of this is the Celadon. This is the clay is very hot and the gray is transparent, and the thickness of the grays covering on the body is thicker than the previous period. We could see that the rim of the foot, the rim of the base is covering with red or the red color. This another dishes with a turtle in the middle of the dishes. This is a larger bowl, and the decorative motif is very beautiful, and we can see that this type of decorative motif influence to the Vietnamese ceramics. This is an incense burner, and we still considering it about the date. It could be later. It belonged to the later period, but probably still from the Northern Song period. About the 13th century, and this is a cover box. So now I introduce about the Jingde ceramic, including the six type, main type, including bowls, dishes, bottle, cover lids, boxes, and human figures. So this is an example of the important and typical type of the Jingde bowls. Is Jing Pai from Jingde with a high foot. At the Zhenfu side, we found several pieces, but in Tanglong Citadel, we found many and many pieces of this Jingpai ware, and this could be identified as one of the most important and most beautiful wares that we found within the Tanglong Citadel. Is the it is perfect in terms of the shape, gray, clay. The important characteristic is that the food is very thin and high. But then when we compare with the Vietnamese ceramic during the Li period, we also see the similar in this characteristic. That's very high food, high and thin food. Maybe Professor Chi will introduce you later. So, in my opinions, everything is perfect. Here are some other samples of the Jingde bowls. We divided into several different types. We can see that the V-shape bowl is gradually decrease in number, and it's replaced by the curved body bowls. Here are some sample of the Jingde dishes. We can see that the technical marks is still imprint on its basis. It could be the imprint of the gray resisting on the base when they are firing in the kilns. So this is a very typical and important characteristic to recognize the Song and China ceramic to distinguish with the Vietnamese ceramics. Here the piece of a bottle, so the Ching Pai ware. This cover lid. So because for some artifact we could not identify the dates and provenance, so I just show some sample here, and I would like to invite the question and explanation from experts. Because our knowledge about the Chinese ceramic is still limited, and I think that we will need 10 or 15 more years for studying this collection. So I just briefly introduce about the Song ceramic. Just we discover from the Chanfu site. And these are our initial opinion and initial comments on the collection, and we are sure that we need more opinion from experts. So I would like to thank Professor Tống for sharing us important findings. And personally, I could also recognize that there are some mistake in your presentation, because there are some Vietnamese word in your presentation, and also some mistake in distinguish between the Song and Yuan ceramic. But we will discuss later. Maybe I will introduce in include in my presentation later. Because now we have many international scholars joining us, so now I would like to introduce briefly about some important researcher in Vietnam. Professor Tống Trung Tín, President of the Vietnam Association of Archaeology. Dr. Trần Anh Dũng, he's expert of Vietnamese ceramics. Mr. Nguyễn Quốc Bính, a researcher at Vietnam National Museum. Dr. Nguyễn Đình Chiến, important ceramic Vietnamese ceramic expert. Professor Nguyễn Văn Kim from Vietnam National University. Professor Đinh Khắc Thuân from Synonym Institute. Professor Lai Văn Tới, our former vice director. Professor Phương Chi from Institute of Historical Study, and many other researchers from various institutions in Hanoi and around Hanoi. So now I would like to invite Dr. Trần Anh Dũng, who in charge of the excavation at another site in Thăng Long. The name is the Vườn Hồng site, and he will introduce about the Song ceramic collection from the Vườn Hồng site.
Đương nhiên là Vườn Hồng như giáo sư Tín rồi cái báo cáo là đang trong quá trình thực hiện, và dự án Vườn Hồng sẽ cùng với dự án Hoàng Long chúng tôi sẽ kết thúc vào 2 năm tới, 5 năm tới, tức là 2025. Còn cho nên là cái báo cáo của Trần Anh Dũng hôm nay ấy, cũng sẽ là báo cáo ban đầu những thành tựu ban đầu.
Professor Dr. Trần Anh Dũng will introduce and about the initial results, not the final result of studying, because in the final in the beginning stage of studying this collection. So maybe the perception and the conclusions might still not enough and not concrete.
Vâng, như là phó sư tiến sĩ Bùi Minh Chí vừa nói thì cái việc xử lý của vườn hồng.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I am Trần Anh Dũng from Institute of Archaeology in Vietnam, and
Rất là may vừa này anh Chí có nói.
em ơi sao nó lẫn vào đây nhỉ?
Có một cái hội thảo này, thì chúng tôi cũng
Okay.
ưu tiên nhận những cái đồ sứ thầy Tống.
So, with the invitation from Professor Bùi Minh Chí, we have several weeks for selected the Song ceramic collection from our warehouse and from the collection of our excavation. But this is not the final, or it's not enough, not the final numbers. So for the Song ceramic excavated at the Vườn Hồng site, there are 4 lines of gray, including the Citadel, the white gray, and the Jing Pai, and the green Ware.
Trắng đục và men màu xanh lơ nhạt. Cái men trắng xanh ấy, thì như là giáo sư Tống Chính Quý vừa nói là cái loại thiên thanh ấy, nhưng nó còn có một cái loại nữa nó đậm hơn thiên thanh, thì chúng tôi tạm gọi là xanh lơ nhạt.
There are 2 different types of the white gray here, the Jing Pai and the opaque green white.
Bởi vì chúng tôi tìm thấy nó đều là mảnh vỡ, hầu hết là mảnh đế.
So most of artifacts is the fragments, not the intact one. So it's difficult for us to identify the exact type and categories. For the Song ceramic in this site, the white ware is abundant, but the Celadon is limited. Here are the samples of the Jing Pai ware, and this among the earliest porcelain that we excavated in Thang Long, and it's very similar to the Shui and Shang period. We can recognize that the base is short and is very large, and it's among the earliest period. The clay and the gray is of very good quality. And this type of bases often appear with the bows. And here are some other samples of the Jing Pai wares, and with very typical marks on its bases. And we can see that the foot rim is very thin, is different from the previous one.
Cái loại đó thì có tất cả chân đế, tất cả trong các dòng men, nó là một trong những cái đặc trưng.
And this type of foot rim is appear in other life of Glaze as well.
Giống như là
Here we have a different type of food with the high food, and we also have the important marks on the bases and important the characteristic of the Chinese porcelain and ceramic found in Thang Long.
Thì cũng có mà tôi với giáo sư Tín thì chưa trao đổi với nhau một tí gì cả, nhưng mà hôm nay không ngờ là rất là trùng, đều nhận ra đều có những cái dấu này, chưa hề trao đổi, chưa hề nói chuyện với nhau.
So I think that I come to agree with Professor Tống Tín about his opinion about this characteristic of the Song Chinese ceramics.
Cái bát chân cao mà các cái loại bát đĩa chân cao mà men trắng xanh này thì trang trí rất là đẹp.
The decoration for this type for the high food like this is very beautiful, including the undergray flowers and with a beautiful curly motif, and also inside.
Loại thứ tư của dòng men trắng xanh là chúng tôi xếp cái loại là theo chân đế, xếp cái này là chân đế lõm, nghĩa là cái tiết.
This is a stem cup or the convex basis. The upper photo is a intact Song stem cup, and the below one is an artifact that we excavated from the Vân Hồng site. And now is the second line of Glaze, and we define as the opaque green white. Some other scholar might identify this as the Yuan period, but for me, these artifacts belong to the Song period. So we can see that the food, the shape of the food, is similar to the previous bowl and artifact that I just introduced, and because of its similarities, so I am sure that this type of bowl belong to the Song period, not the Yuan period. Because it's same gray, no, not same shape and same technique, but just different in the color of the gray. You can see the decoration on this type of gray is very beautiful. Here are some other samples of the opaque green white.
Nó có loại thẳng, có loại cúp ra cúp vào, có đủ hết. Và đặc biệt là dưới đáy của nó vẫn có những cái vết.
For this type of bow and disc, we also see some marks on the bases. For this sample, you can see that the base is much smaller than the previous one. The foot is short and very small. But in the interior of the bowl is with a very sophisticated decorations. And I can see some similarity with the Vietnamese Lee ceramics. So now I'm presenting the third line. It's called I call it the opaque white ware or in China, for the international term is the egg white. And this type is very, very similar to Vietnamese ware from the food, from the shape, and from the decoration. And I think Vietnamese ware was heavily influenced from this type because the clay and the quality is quite similar to the Vietnamese wares. For example, here are some details of the decoration of this type, and it also appear on the Lee ceramics. So now I introduce about the sông Celadon. The sông Celadon, sông Celadon in this site is not abandoned. I put some sample in here, but I'm still think that there could be some yuan piece, some yuan Celadon in this collection. For our knowledge, the sông ceramic, the sông Celadon is beautiful with a small foot, small and short foot, with decoration of the two fishes.
Nó như là đồ nhựa, nó bóng mà nó mịn, nó trong mà nó có cái đen, nó có độ sâu. Cái vành nó từ cái vành đế của nó cũng rất tỉ mỉ. And the gray is very thick, and the gray is very thick and very transparent, and also the gray is also cover the bases. So now I would like to briefly discuss about the differences and similarity between the Song Chinese ceramic and the Vietnamese Lee ceramics. I have experience in this excavating many archaeological sites in North Vietnam. I have excavated many sites in the port side, in the coastal area of Vietnam, like in Quang Ninh province and Thanh Hoa province and Hà Tĩnh province. But I have to say that it's very rare. It's very rare to see any Song ceramic in other archaeological site in the estuaries of estuary and in the port. Even at the important port like in Hà Tĩnh, we haven't seen Song ceramic in this site. Đó là những cái đồ sứ thời Tống ấy, thì ở những cái cảnh chúng ta không thấy, ở một số cái địa điểm khảo học nổi tiếng chúng ta không thấy, đặc biệt chúng ta lại thấy ở những cái. But the interesting thing is that we could not see the Song ceramic in the trading or the port area. But we found many Song ceramic in the that remote area and the mountainous area. For example, I have excavated in the site in the mountainous region. Is in northern Vietnam. So I excavated at a pagoda and temple site, and at this site we found many northern Song wares in very early period. So it's very interesting. At this site, we also found the model of the model of the earthenware towers, one of the earliest models of brick tower in Vietnam. So this is a sample of the early Song period
ceramics that we excavated in the northern Vietnam. So I date these pieces belong to early Song period.
Ở đây chúng tôi khai quật được cái gạch nát nền ở đây ấy, giống y chang cái gạch của Phương Nhi và Trương Sơn thế kỷ 11 đấy.
And belong to the 11th century.
Cái bên trái là cái chân cái đèn này, đèn sứ Vĩnh Phúc.
On the left, you can see the sample, the photo of a lamp. A lamp. I'm wondering about the holes on its bases. What is the function of the hole over there on the bases?
Và hai cái mảnh miệng bên trong ta thấy mảnh miệng bát trong ta thấy nó có một mảnh nó có cái cờ ở bên ngoài. Đây là sứ rất sớm đấy, đồ sứ sớm đấy. Và đây nữa là một
also in the northern Vietnam, in the northern mountainous area, we found this green ware.
Mà cái này là trong một cái đợt mà người ta làm đường thì người ta phát hiện ra ở một cái di tích nhưng mà phá rồi.
And this piece was found unintentionally. And during the Lý period or the Song period, this area is a bordering area between Vietnam and China. And there's important family lines in this region, and have a close connection with the Thăng Long royal court.
Sau đó thì có hai ông con thì có một cái lệ, tức là cái thằng nào trong bạn ấy mà lấy vợ thì phải đưa cho ngài sải trước. Thế sau đấy thì dân mới ghét quá, nó mới lừa ông này là ở dưới cái vực ấy có cá rất to, ông này đi xuống thì nó mới tổ chức nó quăng chài, nó trói ông vào đấy cho nó giết, làm này bạn. Thế xong rồi thì là đến cái thời
but this famous family line is only prosperous during the Lý period, and for the later periods is normal line, normal family line.
Thế thì cái đĩa này, cái bát này là nhân một cái lần mà người ta làm đường người ta tìm thấy.
And for me, this green white is important pieces, and it belong to the Vietnam district during the Lý period.
Chuyện rất hay mà thôi. Liên quan đến đồ sứ.
Mọi chuyện thì khó dịch lắm chú ạ, không thể dịch được. Vui lòng tập trung.
Okay, sorry for the disrupting, but he's come to the final slide. So hopefully after we finish analyzing, we will have a complete understanding about this. So it's now the turn of Professor Bùi Minh Chí. Professor Bùi Minh Chí will deliver his keynote speech and keynote lecture now about the Chinese Song ceramic excavated from Tanglong Citadel.
Như
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, so I would like to present about the topic of the Song Chinese ceramic excavated from the Thang Long Citadel.
Vừa đầu cũng đang trong quá trình 18 hàng rượu thì chúng tôi đã phân loại là khá nhiều năm rồi, nhưng với 4 xứ Trung Quốc thì mới phân loại được cơ bản. So for the ceramic collection in the Thang Long Citadel, we plan to have a detailed study beginning in the from next year. So my my presentation today is just also the initial idea and initial opinions about the Song and the Chinese ceramic excavated here. And first, I would like to introduce briefly about the excavation project at the Thang Long Citadel. The first project undertaken in 2002-2004. The second project is 2008 to 2009, and the third project is 2012 to 2014. And they are among the largest projects, archaeological project ever that's undertaken in Vietnam. And we have found millions of artifacts that's used within the royal palace of Thang Long. And we also found a lot of the ceramics, and among these is Vietnamese and the Chinese ceramics are the most abundant. The Chinese ceramic during the Song ceramics are very abundant and with high qualities. For my presentation, there will be many questions to raise here, not only for Vietnamese expert, but also for international expert. And for my presentation, I would welcome the comments and questions from scholar and participants today. I will also would like to discuss about the differences and the similarity between the Vietnamese and the Chinese ceramic during the Song period. We can see that for the Song ceramic is belong to the ceramic found in Thang Long is belong to the 11th and 12th centuries. So it's equal to the Lý dynasty period in Vietnam.
Còn ở đây thì chúng ta thấy ở đây là men đen, và đặc biệt là ở đây thì chúng tôi tìm thấy không chỉ 4 cái màu phong thủy.
In this collection, we found many important lines of gray and ceramic, not only the white gray, but also Celadon and the brown gray, and also the black grays from China. I will compare between. I will use some concrete and complete pieces from China to compare with the fragments that we unearthed from Tanglong. So without the comparison, we could not identify the exact type and shape and function of the artifacts. Here you can, in this slide, you can see the similar in shape but different in the provenance. On the left, the complete one is the Chinese Song dynasty, but on the right is the Vietnamese white gray ceramics. And in this slide, you can see also the differences between the Vietnamese Lý and the Chen Song ceramic. The quality and the decoration is similar, but there are some different characteristics. For example, when you use it, the basis of the Chin bows, you can see the chases of the supporting ring. But for Vietnam, we use another technique of firing, and we could confirm that with important evidence. And here are some western of the saga and the fragments of the Vietnamese porcelain that we found within the citadel. And here's a very micro look of the clay. Yeah. Here you can see that the quality of the clay between the Vietnamese and the Chinese is similar. When we look it in the micro photo like this, this is not normal clay, but it's very high quality kaolin. So this makes it very difficult for Vietnamese scholar to distinguish between the Vietnamese and the Song ceramics. In this slide, you can see also the similarity and the differences between the Song ceramic on the right and the Vietnamese ceramic on the left. The gray differences, the firing technique differences, and the temperature of firing also differences. But Professor Chi is disagree with the previous presentation by Dr. Chen Dung that the color is not the most important thing to distinguish between the date and the origin of the ceramics. Here in this slide, on the left is the Vietnamese white porcelain, and on the right is the Chinese porcelain. You can see on the right you can see the supporting ring that's used in the firing of the Chin. And some people might identify these beautiful diseases as the Song China, but for me, because of the mark of the stacking ring, so I'm confirmed that this is a Vietnamese Li. And this one is also important pieces that we discover from Thang Long, but it's Vietnamese ceramics. We can see that it's the influences, the many influences in the gray and in the decorative motif from the Chinese ceramic. But we have to identify from which specific ceramic production in China that we influence from. For example, on the right you can see a model. So from China, I will discuss about the origins of the in China later. But with the Western and the Saga in the found here, we can confirm that they was produced within the Thang Long Citadel. Here we can see that the firing support ring of Vietnam is different from the supporting ring in China. In China, they also have the similar firing rings, but in the southern China, in Kiln, in Guangxi. So for the comparative study, I have undertaken many visits to China, and this is my journey to study the photo to show my journey to visit many important ceramic production in China, from Guangxi, from Guangdong to Fujian to Zhejiang. So I can I would like to pay attention to three important reasons of the ceramic production in China, including the northern area, represented by the Qing and the Ting ceramic productions. And you can, if you remember the slide by Dr. Trần Anh Dũng, I disagree with him that, and with the bow in his the white bow in the Dr. Dũng slide is belong to the Ting ware and during the Tang period, not the Song period.
Đây là bản đồ các di chỉ ở Hồ Tây Bắc Tống. Và tôi đã sang cảnh Trân năm 2006.
I've been to Qingdechen first in 2006. I was working with Professor Hu Tian, director of the Qingdechen Ceramic Institute, I think. So this was a very important and precious visit for me. I had a great chance to study the fragments and the intact pieces from the Qingdechen, especially from the Hutian kilns. Here are some sample of the Qingdechen Qingpai wares. So we can see there's many important pieces, white, gray, and Qingpai pieces that we discover from the Thăng Long Imperial Citadel is originate from the Hutian kilns in Qingdechen. And during the Northern Song period, the Hutian kiln was very famous, and it was one of the prosperous period of the Hutian kiln in Qingdechen. And Hutian is famous for producing the Qingpai wares. And later on, we will hear another information about the kilns presented by Dr. Cao Shanping.
Bây giờ chúng ta sẽ tìm thấy ở Thăng Long gồm có cái gì. Cho nên là trên đây mỗi một điểm vàng như thế này là chúng ta sẽ biết là tất cả các địa điểm mà tôi sẽ xác định.
So in the map, I pointed out several important ceramic production centers that the product appears in Thang Long Citadel. So this is a photo of our visit in Qingdechen just last year, just before the break of the COVID-19 pandemic, this month last year. So I've been to Hutian and Liu Ma Chao with the help by Cao Shanping. And I've been here and have a good chance to study the fragment and the products, but because they are in studying, so I was not allowed to take a photo of the products. And this is a photo of the Hutian museums in Qingdechen, one of the most important museum in Qingdechen. And we have chance to study the fragments of the Hutian ware and Hutian kilns in this museum. And there are some very important and typical products of the Hutian, and we can see that they are very similar to the Chinese ceramics that we excavated from from the Thang Long Citadel. For example, here we can see that the product in Jingdechen and on the right, and the product of the in Tanglong on the left. So that we can identify the origins of the products. So for this type of Jingbai, there are two different kinds. The first type is decoration on the exterior body, and the second one is without decoration of the exterior body. And here we can identify a huge collection of the Jingde and Jingbai in Tanglong Citadel. And they also in Jingdechen where there are two different types of the bases. The first one is very high heels, and the second one is the base is close to the body. So in Tanglong we have many fragments, but when compared with the complete one from Jingdechen, we can see we can imagine the shape of the artifacts. For example, from these pieces and this complete one, we can see the decoration, the detail of the decoration of the baby with the floral motif in the interior bowl. And it was used within the Tanglong Citadel by the elite class or for the royal court, because the quality of this ware is very, very high. In this slide, in Tanglong site, we found some fragments like this, and I compare with the complete one from the Jingdechen. So for the Jingdechen, they produce two important types. The first type on the left is with the high heel, high bases, and the second one is the V-shaped one. And the below photo, you can see that's the influence of the Lý Dynasty, Vietnam. So it's very difficult for art to distinguish between the Vietnamese and the Chinese ceramic. Like in this slide, on the left is the Chinese Jingdechen, and on the right is the Vietnamese one. It's just different in the color. If not studying carefully, so many people could identify the right artifact as the Chinese ceramic. So we can see that very close connection between the Lý and the Song ceramics. But the important thing is that in Tanglong, we also found many products from many other kilns and ceramic production of China, not only from the Jingdechen. For example, the pieces from the Chaozhou in China, southern China. I had experience to visit the Chaozhou ceramic productions many years ago. with Professor Li Jingxin, the director of the Institute of History in Guangdong. Professor Li Jingxin introduced me about the Chao Chou ceramics.
Và chúng ta đều được thấy đây là cái vị trí của Phúc Đa Sơn.
So I could identify the location of the Jia, Pu Jiashan in the Chaozhou in Guangdong. And the products of this ceramic production center also appears abundantly in Thang Long Citadel. You can see that the grace and the shape is different from the Jingdechen wares. The making technique, manufacturing technique of this ware is belong to another tradition, not belong to the Jingdechen tradition, and it's belong to the Northern Song period. So many people mistake between the origin of it between the Chaozhou and the Jingdechen. For example, in the Professor Bui Mingji's previous presentation, he identified as a Northern Song, but he identified it as a Jingdechen ware. But for me, they belong to the Chaozhou. For this slide, I want to ask comment from Chinese expert. It's a white gray bowl. It could be a larger bowl like the right photo. And I think it's all from the Chaozhou. So in the Chinese culture, from the ancient painting, we can see that this type of bowl and ewer used within the life of the Chinese family in the ancient time. And we can say that the artifact is belong to the wine party activity. Another king is Jishi king in Wuhan, Hebei in China. So I've been here several years ago with the assistance of many Chinese ceramic experts in Wuhan. Hú Sư Rảo. Jingshan in Huxi. And I've been here and I have opportunity to brought back to Vietnam some sample of the fragment and the saga from the kings. And by analyzing the product from the kilns, we can see that the firing and the making technique is different from the other ceramic production center in China. And this type of technique is only appear in Chaozhou and in Changping and in this kilns, and it's very different from the Qingde tradition. There's some problem with the slide because the map is not so up on the screen. So maybe we need to check it, because Professor Bui Mingchi want all the slide and the image and the map is so up. So please wait a minute. Hey guys and friends, maybe we have 2 minutes of break when we change the laptop and for a complete slide of Professor Bui Mingchi's presentation. Yes.
Đây, thứ nhất cái con nó cũng đủ tải. Đây chúng ta so sánh rất là rõ. Rất là phát. Đúng không? Các bạn này rất nổi tiếng. Nó là Trung Quốc cái gì? Nó là Trung Quốc đã thành. Nhưng mấy này khác Việt Nam hoàn toàn.
Okay, we can start now. Okay. So now, sorry for the technical problem. So for comparison, for comparative study, we can see many pieces in Thang Long originated from Chaozhou and Hushi.
Đây là cái câu hỏi đặt ra là có bắt đầu sản xuất ở hành trình của sản xuất ra đã sớm hay không. Và ở đây tôi đang nghĩ về là cái đồ gốm này có thể sản xuất ở Quảng Đông.
For this type, I think is produced in Fujian or Guangdong, not in Qingde. Here's the kilns in Jingshan. Here are the fragments that we collected from the Jingshan Ceramic Production Center. And you can see that for the Chinese in Jingshan, they also use the supporting ring like the syncritical ring. So it's different from the tradition of the supporting ring in Vietnam.
Và điều quan trọng nếu như chúng ta chỉ nhìn thế này là chúng ta sẽ chỉ xác định cả gỗ lý Việt Nam.
So, for example, if we look at this slide and the photo, many Vietnamese scholars will identify they are Lee Vietnamese ceramics because the clay, and the food are similar. But actually, the quality and the thickness of the artifact is different from the Lee. We found many artifacts like this in Thang Long Citadel. So without comparative study, we will difficult for us to distinguish it. So our for last year and this year, our task is to distinguish between the Li Dynasty ceramic and the Song Chinese ceramic. And now we done with this task.
Ở đây thì chúng ta để thấy trong hoàng Thăng Long thì khá nhiều đồ của trang trí hoa văn. Rất tiếc là màn hình kiểu này chúng ta sẽ rất là khó nhìn hoa văn và các chỉ giống như là
For this type of ceramic, we can see that the inside decoration is very beautiful. So my another important finding is the Changping Yao in Fujian. Changping Yao is southern of the Fujian, and in this area is also like hundreds kilns, but they call it in the Changping complex, Changping ceramic production complex. So it's very difficult for us to identify the Changping Yao in Thang Long Citadel because the quality and the shape is very similar to the Jingdechen wares. But by analyzing the clay and the grace and with the published work, we could identify the Changping Yao in Thang Long. And the most important characteristic is the decoration of a deer. You can see the photo or the image of a deer in the center of the bow, or this is like this. So this could consider as one of the most important characteristic of the Changping Yao. The gray is not as good as Jingdechen. But you can see that the influences between many kings, between the Changping and Jingdechen. So I need many years of study in both in China and in Vietnam to recognize about the origin of this collection of ceramic that belong to the Changping kings. Another important decoration of the Changping Yao is with the four a flower in the center.
thì phải sâu quả ra rất có dịch mà có lẽ không có thể ra. Đây chúng ta đều thấy là các loại bông hoa có 6 cánh mà chúng ta anh đều gọi nó kiểu là mô hình đa chuối.
And according to me, this is a very typical decoration of the Changping. Also, the gray. Sometimes we can see that the gray is and the surface is with many crackle, the big crackle. So on the left, you see the Vietnamese, the Changping found in Thang Long, and on the right is the Changping found in Jingdechen, published by the Fujian. Fujian. So now I move to another important findings in our study. This is the first time we talk about the tinh Ware, tinh Yao in Vietnam. So this, for me, this is a very important findings. I will be the first person publish and talk about the tinh Yao we've just found within the Thang Long Citadel. And tinh Yao is famous from the Tang to the Song, and is belong to the group of the Wu Da Yin Yao in China. The top five great kings in China, including the Ting, Quan, the Ke, and one of the important characteristics is the very thin body, and sometimes the light, we could see the light through the body. The decoration is very sophisticated. Here are some complete and typical artifacts of the tinh Yao. And we can see that the base here is typical of the tinh Yao, different from the Jingdechen, but the base is shape is different. Is similar to the Vietnam. So this is a complete one, but if we see the fragment of this piece, we will recognize as the Vietnamese ceramic. For example, here you can see that the tinh Yao excavated from the Thang Long Citadel. On the left is the fragment found in the Thang Long, and on the right is a complete one. Because you can see the ungrazed part on the rim, so it's a very special firing technique of the thing. And for this firing technique, Dr. Cao Shenping will present later. We found only 3 pieces in Thang Long Citadel. And this slide is one of the most important finding and important and significant for my presentation today. We can see that the character of Quan character. So this Quan character is belong to the Vietnamese later period or belong to the tinh Ware. But finally, I define that this is a product of the tinh Ware. With the micro view, we can see a very small the mark of the firing support. And this is a Xiaolong fixture, is a typical fixture of the Chinese culture, and is appear in many artifacts in China and also in the Tingyao. In Xiaolong and the lotus decoration. And it could be the products for the kings and for the royal court, not for the normal person. And this is a unique pieces that we've excavated in Thang Long. I compare with some bases and food of the authentic Tingwares. So apart from these findings, the fragment with the Quan character, because it's very rare and very unique in Tanglong. So I'm thinking about a diplomatic relationship between the Vietnamese court, like Viet court and the Song court, and this could be Egypt from the from the Song court sent to the Đại Việt court, and I dated to the 11th century. And for the Ding Zhao in Thăng Long, I also discovered some other pieces. For example, like this. And all the grain here is ivory white. I could see some similarity in making the food between the Tinh Yao and the Lý Dynasty, Vietnam ceramics. And Vietnamese porcelain in the Lý Dynasty is very similar. I will show you right now. For example, on the top left here is Vietnamese important pieces with the character of Tống Cúng, the important Lý ceramics, and compared with the Song one, so it's similar. The food is very short, and this is porcelain, not ceramic. With this character, Tống Cúng, one important palace within the Thang Long Citadel during the Lý period. In early 12th century, a palace of the parents of the king. And another pieces I found is this is with the character of the royal treasure. So these two pieces could help us to identify the importance of the Vietnamese ware during the Lý period. So I could confirm that in Vietnam, we produce the porcelain, not only ceramics. Okay. So now Prof. Chi moved to another topic is the Long Chuan Celadon and the green gray. So I had opportunity to study the Song Celadon ceramic in Hangzhou, China, many years ago.
Ở đây là đặc biệt là dưới cái sàn này người ta đã trưng bày rất nhiều sản phẩm của lò Việt.
In this museum, they display many Yue Zhou Yao. And most of them are the dragon kings. And the Yue Zhou Yao is close to the Longquan, and but earlier than the Longquan. And in Thang Long, we also found many important pieces from the Yue Zhou Yao. For example, the pieces, they are Yue Zhou Yaos, not Longquan Yao. The gray is similar to the Longquan, but earlier than the Longquan. So I had opportunity to study many important Celadon collection in Chiaochang, in Hangzhou.
Và đặc trưng của Long Thuyền mà chúng ta đều thấy rằng là nó khác với lại của Việt chính là bắt đầu sắc màu nó thực sự nó phát triển, nó không phải xanh màu xanh lá như là Việt.
For the Longquan Yao, because it's developed and influenced from the Yue Yao, Yue Zhou, but the gray and the color of the gray is different and is brighter than the Yue Zhou ware. Developed from the northern Song, but only until the southern Song. The Longquan whereas reach is a peak. Here are some samples of the Longquan Yao. But it's difficult for us to distinguish between the Longquan Yao during the northern Song and the southern Song. We can see the differences between the two periods, but it's difficult to identify. On the left is the fragment in Tanglong, and on the right is a complete one in Longquan Museum. And finally, I would like to not the last one. Is a Yao Zhou wares that we discover in the Thang Long Citadel. Here are some samples from the Yao Zhou wares that we found in Thang Long. Some people might think that it belongs to the Yue Zhou ware, but for me, they belong to the Yao Zhou. And we can see many similarity in the manufacturing technique between the Yao Zhou ware and the Vietnamese Celadon during the Li period. For example, this bowl that uses the molded decoration. If in this slide, it's difficult for many to distinguish which one is Vietnamese, which one is Chinese. The left one is Vietnam and the right one is China. So you can see that it's exactly look the same, and we need to analyze this carefully. The decoration making techniques as well. And the pieces from the Guimet Museum, and we're wondering, are they Vietnamese or are they Chinese? But the left one is the Vietnamese one. And the pieces we can see accurately that they are from the Yaozhou ware. Here's some sample of the mold to making the decoration of the Yaozhou ware. Here are some pieces that we excavated in Thang Long, and we can compare with the completed one from Yaozhou, belong to the Northern Song period. Yeah, the mold for making a decoration motif is very diverse during the Song period. But in Thang Long, we also have influence from the Yaozhou, not only the shape, the gray, but also the decoration making techniques as well. Because in Thang Long, we also found the mold to making the decoration. For example, these Vietnamese ceramic. So we can see that look very similar, but the clay is different. And by close and detail and comparative study, we could make the distinction between Vietnam and the Song Yaozhou. Here are some evidence to show that we, in Thang Long, the Vietnamese potter, they produce celadon, because we found many unfinished pieces. And the last issue that I would like to introduce is about the black or the dark brown glaze or the Chian Yao. In Thang Long Citadel, we found such several pieces. The Chian Yao in Fujian province in China, and is famous during the Song period. Here are some samples and fragments of the Chian Yao that we excavated from the Thang Long Citadel. And because it's very teeny and small fragments, so it's at first we found it's difficult, but because of the characteristic of the rabbit fur gray like this, we compare and we recognize that they belong to the Jianyao Kin in Fujian.
Thế thì chúng ta thấy đây là đặc trưng của văn hóa và chúng ta phải biết chính xác đây là văn hóa của thiên sự và phát triển lại và đây là những phát triển lại và như chúng ta đều biết là trà đạo thành được cho văn hóa Nhật Bản rất là hay.
And Jianyao was very famous in the tea ceremonies, not only in China, but more important in Japan. So in this slide, you can see that the generalization of the important products for many kings in China. So we have the products from the Tingyao, from the from Ting. I could recognize 9 important ceramic production kings in China that we found in Thang Long. So this could be one of my most important findings. And with all the high qualities and for the to serve the kings and the royal families. For the lower quality products like from the Changping or Changping, maybe could be used for the official and for the other classes working and living within the citadel. So I come to conclusions. The more we study the Song Chinese ceramic within the Tanglong Citadel, the more we understand about the advancement of the Vietnamese Li ceramic. Although the Vietnamese Li period, they produce a high quality product, but the king and the royal family, they still prefer to use the product of the foreign countries like the high quality product from China and other countries. And the evidence have to have set more light on the relationship between Vietnam and China in the past. And thank you very much.
Chú ơi, chắc mình nghỉ một chút. Chắc mình nghỉ xong rồi.
So ladies and gentlemen, so thank you very much for the attention and participation. So now is we should have take a short break for 20 minutes. So after 20 minutes, we will come back and the next presenter. Hi, Xiaojin. Xiaojin, should Propchin present after this, or you will present? Text me, please. So thank you. We have a 20-minute break, okay? Anh
hiệu,
vất vả
giới
quá.
thiệu người yêu cũ tới đây Giang ạ.
Một năm mới gặp nhau.
Anh yêu mới em chạy lên tôi rồi. Yêu mới em.
Tọa đàm năm ngoái đến tọa đàm hôm nay mới gặp anh. Đấy bỏ đúng không? Bảo lên không lên. Miễn phí mà có cái phần open ấy.
Không cà phê là dân cà phê à?
Chị dạ, hân hạnh. Dạ. Như cho anh xin cốc trà nhé. Cho anh gà đặc tí. Đừng đặc quá. Qua mấy giờ mới về? Đêm à?
Và đến giờ chúng ta sẽ xin mời chúng ta vào hội trường. Thành ơi. Bây giờ chúng ta sẽ chuẩn bị một cái phiên thứ hai. Giáo sư Tấn sẽ chuẩn bị cái trình bày cái đồ gốm xứ Trung Quốc xuất khẩu tới châu Phi thế kỷ thứ 9-10, đặc trưng, quy mô và các biến thể. Giáo sư Tấn đã sẵn sàng chưa? Giáo sư Tấn. Giang hỏi giáo sư Giang, câu hỏi giáo sư Tần chuẩn bị xong chưa? Cho xuất hiện màn hình giáo sư Tần chuẩn bị đi. Cháu đưa hình ra của Trung Quốc đi. Con nói tiếng Anh.
Trước khi chúng ta bắt đầu kết nối thì em cũng xin phép thông báo là bây giờ chúng ta sẽ có liên tục 3-4 nhà nghiên cứu nước ngoài trình bày thử thách. Vì thế thì mọi người ở đây sẽ dùng cái tai nghe chúng ta đang có trước mặt. Sau đó sau khi kết thúc cái hoạt động ngày hôm nay thì giáo sư trưởng và hoạt động hay là tất cả các đại biểu chúng ta sẽ sang cái nhà hàng đối diện trên đường này, tất cả mọi người
Cháu đưa màn hình của giáo sư Tần. Trần Vinh đâu?
Hello, can you hear me, Alex? Yeah, I make a presentation first.
Okay, please. Bây giờ chúng ta sẽ tiến sĩ Giao Vinh, San Pinh, Đại học Bắc Kinh, Trung Quốc sẽ trình bày trước tham luận về các đặc trưng mang tính khu vực và thời đại của phức hợp sản xuất gốm sứ cảnh nước chấn từ thế kỷ 19 đến thế kỷ 14. Yeah, please. You can presentation now. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gao Qianping from Peking University. It is a great honor to join such an important meeting. I'm very grateful to the invitation made by the IICS. My topic today is regional and periodic characteristics on Jingdezhen's kiln production during the 9th to 14th centuries. Jingdezhen is located in northeast of Jiangxi Province at the junction of three provinces, Anhui, Zhejiang, and Jiangxi Province. There are abundant clay, forest, and water resources suitable for porcelain production. The history of porcelain production in Jingdezhen lasted from Tang to Qing Dynasty can be divided into the following 6 periods. First period is Middle or Late Tang Dynasty. Second is 5 dynasties. Third is Northern Song Dynasty, Southern Song Dynasty, Yuan Dynasty, and the last period is Ming and Qing Dynasty. The region of production and product categories have significant change in different periods. I will focus on the former 5 periods due to limited presentation time, especially in the Song Dynasty. The region of production and product categories have significant change in different periods. From the 1950s, some scholars and archaeologists began to investigate the ancient kiln sites in Jingdezhen. According to Mr. Jiang Jianxin's preliminary investigation and research in 1980s, there have been at least 157 kiln sites in Jingdezhen, dated from the 5 dynasties to Qing Dynasty. Through efforts lasting more than 30 years, more and more ancient kiln sites have been found, with large-scale archaeological excavations conducted. There are 4 main rivers in Jingdezhen. Changjiang River, which is a part of Yangtze River, South River, East River, and West River. The ancient porcelain industry of Jingdezhen started and developed along these rivers, especially around the Salt River and Changjiang River. It is worth mentioning that all these areas belong to Jingdezhen today, but ancient Jingdezhen is just located in this area. In the middle of late Tang Dynasty, porcelain manufacture started in the upstream of the South River. In 2010, the Atlantean kiln site was found. The archaeological team of Peking University and Jingdezhen Ceramic Archaeology and Research Institute conducted a survey together in 2011, followed by an excavation carried out in 2012. They found two dragon-shaped kilns. One of them is by far the best preserved brick dragon kiln in Jingdezhen, and a large number of relics dated from the middle or late Tang Dynasty to the early Northern Song Dynasty. There are three main kinds of products of the Tang Dynasty: green glaze, grayish green glaze, and white glaze. Fewer porcelains were fired with sagers. The majority were done without sagar. During the Five Dynasties period, the number of kilns increased along the South River, from the upstream to downstream. Some kilns were also built in the branch of South River at the same time. During this period, white and grayish green glaze wares continued production. Product quality was improved. The glossiness and the whiteness of the white glaze is very high. Some of porcelains were filled with funnel-shaped sagers and barrel-shaped sagers, while others were still fired without sagers, using the techniques of stack firing with the support of sighters. White and green porcelains could be fired together, as you can see. In the Northern Song Dynasty, the number of kilns significantly increased. This was an important period, with the largest number of kilns in Jingdezhen's history. The remarkable change during this period was the appearance and mass production of Qingbai wares. The South River was the center of Qingbai ware production, represented by Hutian in particular. In the late Northern Song Dynasty, ancient Jingdezhen in the Changjiang River started to manufacture porcelain. This is the dragon kiln found at the Phoenix Mountain kiln site, and Qingbai glaze handled your unearthed in this kiln site. Almost all of the porcelains were fired in funnel-shaped and barrel-shaped sagers. These are Qingbai wares unearthed at the Hutian kiln site, which is the center of production during this period. As you can see, the porcelain quality is very high. Qingbai wares were favored by literati and scholar officials in the Song Dynasty. Many exquisite Qingbai wares were found in their tombs. These wares unearthed in the cemetery of Lü family of the Northern Song Dynasty. You can also see the difference between Qingbai wares and the Ding wares, white glaze wares of Ding kiln. It's not hard to say. It's not hard to differentiate between Qingbai wares and Ding wares. The glaze of Qingbai wares are more green and glossier than Ding wares. The shape and decoration of some porcelains among two kilns are similar, but still have some slight differences. We can also see the images of Qingbai wares in some of the famous Song Dynasty paintings. This is the famous painting and Chinese national treasure. Along the river during the Qingming festival, Qingming Shanghetu, this long scroll format vividly describes the daily life of the people in the capital of the Northern Song Dynasty. The handled yor used by these two gentlemen is probably Qingbai ware. Since the early Southern Song Dynasty, the number of kilns sharply decreased. Only Hutian and a few kilns remained in the South River region. Most important of all, the kiln industry in the ancient Jingdezhen region developed rapidly. For example, we carried out archaeological excavation at the Luomaqiao kiln site. Large numbers of high-quality Qingbai wares were excavated. This map shows the area of ancient Jingdezhen in Changjiang River and the Hutian kiln site in the South River region. They are the two production centers during this period. Here is the Luomaqiao kiln site. These are Qingbai glazed bowls with delicate carving decorations. The quality is very high. In this period, the upside-down firing method started to be widely used, especially from the mid-Southern Song Dynasty onwards. This technique can increase the volume of production significantly in order to cope with the strict tax policy. As a result, large numbers of unglazed rim Qingbai wares were manufactured during this period. These Qingbai wares were excavated from the Hutian kiln site. These shards were excavated from the Luomaqiao kiln site in the ancient Jingdezhen region. In the past, we did not know much about the early kiln production in this region. In 2012, through the excavation of the Luomaqiao kiln site, we realized that this region was another central production area besides the Hutian kiln of the mid-Southern Song Dynasty. During the Yuan Dynasty, the porcelain industry in Jingdezhen gradually shifted to the ancient Jingdezhen region. Until the Ming Dynasty, the porcelain industry was finally centralized in this area completely, and an imperial kiln factory was also built in this area. Large quantities of focal kiln porcelains were produced here and exported globally. Back to Yuan Dynasty, apart from the region of ancient Jingdezhen, Hutian became the second major production center. For other regions, the East River and the downstream of Changjiang River only had small-scale production. In the Yuan Dynasty, Jingdezhen manufactured three main types of porcelain: Qingbai, Luanbai, and grayish-green glazed porcelains. There are Qingbai wares unearthed at the Luomaqiao kiln site. These are Luanbai glazed porcelains unearthed at the same kiln site Lumaqiao. In the late Yuan dynasty, blue and white porcelain was first produced in Jingdezhen, thus laid the foundation of flourishing painted decoration porcelain in Ming and Qing dynasties. The conclusion, as shown in this graph above, it summarizes the production history and timeline of each porcelain production region in Jingdezhen. The South River region started from the from Tang Dynasty, which is the earliest period, and continued all the way to the late Ming Dynasty without break. In the Northern Song Dynasty, this region was the center of Qingbai ware production. Compared with the South River region, the ancient Jingdezhen started later, but rapidly developed in mid-Southern Song Dynasty. It became another center of Qingbai ware production beside the Hutian Kiln. After the Yuan Dynasty, it replaced the Hutian Kiln as the porcelain manufacturing center of Jingdezhen and continued until the end of Qing Dynasty. For the other three regions, Liyang branch of South River, East River, their production history was relatively short. This graph shows the product change in different periods, from the late Tang to middle Yuan Dynasty. It belonged to the Glaze decoration period, in which Jingdezhen successively produced green glaze, white glaze in porcelains from the Tang to 5 dynasties, and Qingbai glaze porcelains in the Song and Yuan dynasty, and Luanbai glaze porcelains in Yuan dynasty. Blue and white porcelain was produced during the late Yuan dynasty, although the proportion of Yuan blue and white in the whole production of porcelain was low, less than 10%, but it laid the foundation for the high development of painted decoration porcelain in the Ming and Qing dynasties. Thank you for listening, and thank you for Alex's interpretation.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you so much, Cao Qianping, for the presentation.
I come wait a minute. Sorry. Yeah, I'm here.
So now I would like to invite Professor Jin Tashu to present his presentation about the Chinese ceramics exportation to Africa.
Vâng, giáo sư Tấn sẽ trình bày. Đây là giáo sư rất nổi tiếng ở Trung Quốc, Đại học Bắc Kinh Trung Quốc, và sẽ trình bày đồ gốm Trung Quốc xuất khẩu tới châu Phi thế kỷ 90, đặc trưng, quy mô và các biến thể.
Okay. Good morning. Still morning or noon. Thanks for my Vietnam colleague to allow me to report our new research achievement. Okay. Today my present topic is Chinese ceramics exported to African during the 9 to 10 centuries. This is new research about our investigation in African, but you know, the Chinese porcelain transport to African have to pass by Southeast Asia. So it's related to Vietnam. China has a very long coastal line. However, it's not a maritime nation. Sorry. Let me how to. However, China is not a maritime nation for a long period. It's although some Chinese had the seafaring action. Let me. Although some Chinese had the seafaring activities, these were mostly not for trade, but for diplomatic mission or religion learning to bring back Buddhist, etc. from India. Chinese ceramics earlier than the 8th century have been found in Southeast Asia, but only a very small quantity. So, for example, this is a collection of National Museum of Indonesia, probably unearthed from Java Island. And also this is the earliest collection of Chinese ceramics in Japan. It's dated to 7th century. The exporting of Chinese ceramics on a large scale symbolized the rise of Chinese maritime trade. This commenced around the late 8th century to early 9th century, and reached a peak soon after during the 9th to 10th century. The significance of this first peak of ceramics exporting lies in the fact that Chinese ceramics already reached Eastern Africa in this period and becoming a real essential part of the global trade. This terminus of Eastern Africa in Chinese ceramics trade remained unchanged for many centuries until early 15th century, when the global voyage of Admiral General Zheng He brought new breakthrough. From the 20th century onward, archaeological excavation of many ancient sites in Indian Ocean rim yielded Chinese ceramics of the 9th to 10th centuries, spanning the late Tang 5th dynasty and early Northern Song dynasty. Based on Chinese ceramics of this period found in Southeast Asia, West Asia, and the Middle East to Eastern Africa, some scholars proposed the Chinese ware export during these 2 centuries consists of 4 major types. In China, in Chinese we say group 4 or 四组合. In Chinese we say 四组合, it's group 4. This includes Changsha ware from Hunan province, Yue green glazed ware from Zhejiang province, green glazed ware from Guangdong province, and white porcelain from Xing kilns in north of China. But this is, I will explain this later. So this 4 point is a major type during 9th to 10th century. So this is the Changsha ware and the Yue green glazed ware and white porcelain from north, and also the Guangdong green glazed ceramics. However, recent archaeological research demonstrate that 9th to 10th century should not be considered as a single phase for exporting of Chinese ware. This is because there was significant difference in terms of characteristic and scale. Furthermore, the Chinese ceramics exporting during these 2 centuries is also more complex than the 4 common known types. Based on archaeological finds from Africa, we will discuss the characteristics and temporal variation of Chinese ceramics in maritime trade of 9th to 10th centuries. First, historical graphic on Chinese ceramics export to Africa. The earliest Chinese ceramics discovered in Africa were from about first half of 9th century, roughly contemporary with the preserved literature record. There are some ancient texts that start to document the overseas communication of the Tang Dynasty. This include both official and private communication, and the navigation roads were also recorded in considerable detail. A good example is works by the later Tang Grand Chancellor or Premier named Jia Dan during reign of Emperor Dezong, that is 780 to 804, entitled Huanghua Sidaji, that is the road in 4 directions from China to outside countries. This work is about the road to other countries in mid and late Tang Dynasty. It documents 7 roads from China, in which 4 of them are land road, and the most important, and other 2 are maritime road. And the most important road from the maritime trade is named Guangzhou, the road from Guangzhou to south and west countries. The work itself is lost now, but the part of the road is preserved in other works, the New Tang History. According to this road, the Guangzhou Road is concerned with 2 roads. First one is the Eastern Coast Road from Guangzhou to Persian Gulf. And this road is documented in detail, such as the direction to sail, prospective place to reach, and the date taken for each place. From Guangzhou to Basra will take 87 days. This is a character in Chinese. We can see I blocked the in right is the place to start, and the destination, and the direction, and the date it's take. So this is according to this work, we draw this map. So the first phase is from Guangzhou along the Indochina Peninsula to the top of Malay Peninsula and to the Palembang, which is the capital of the Srivijaya in Sumatra. The second phase is from the Palembang. The most important road is to Java Island, and we can change some spicy and the forest products from the archipelago. And the other side is across the Malacca Strait all the way to the Persian Gulf. So this is in Chinese. The other one is the Western Coast Road. It's extended from Eastern Africa to Persian Gulf to converge with the Eastern Coast Road there. So this is also according to the Chinese, the record, and we draw this map. It's probably from Eastern Africa. I believe it's from Lamu archipelago of Kenya, or Kirawa Island from Tanzania, then to the Arab Peninsula and to the Persian Gulf, joined with the Eastern Coast Road. This work demonstrated that China already got to learn about Africa early in the mid to the late Tang Dynasty. That is the second half of the 8th century through indirect channel. In addition, it also implied that three major circles existed in the trade network for the southern China Sea to the Indian Ocean Rim in accordance with the prevailing wind and the operational region of sailing vessels. So this is so-called three circles. The first one is from Guangzhou to Malacca Strait. The second is from Malacca Strait to Persian Gulf. And the third circle is from Persian Gulf to Eastern Africa. The second is a type of 9th to 10th century ceramics found in Africa. The 9th to 10th century ceramics found in Africa have the following types. Generally, it's similar to group 4 mentioned by previous scholars. First one is Changsha Ware. The kiln site is located in the edge of the Yangtze River branch, the Xiangjiang River, Hunan province. Its main product was green glazed ware with copper green and iron brown painted design and molded applique floral decorations. These kiln products were mainly from export, frequently found overseas, yet suppressed with the Chinese territory. So this is a Changsha ware with so recent research, some scholars believe this is the upper glazed decoration. And so this is a typical Changsha ware. This is found in Tang shipwreck. Many objects many objects had Western Asia characteristics, leading scholars to believe the Persian Arab merchants living in Guangzhou would go to Changsha Kiln to place order, enabling the goods to be exported towards the Western Asia and Africa. However, based on the current archaeological findings, large number of Changsha ware are found at Japan of Eastern Asia and many locations in Southeast Asia, indicating they were not specifically made for Islamic area. So this is a Changsha ware. In African region, Changsha ware have been found at following sites. It's all only 5 sites found the Changsha ware. For start, in Egypt, by using the excavation date of Ali Baget, first excavation from 1912 to 1920 has a statistically date. This excavation yielded more than 700,000 ceramic shards. But in 1960, the Japanese scholar selected 12,000 plus Chinese ceramics from amount of 700,000 pieces, and 10 of which were Changsha painted bowls. The second site is the Manta site in Kenya. The Manta site is located at the north of Manta Island, Lamu Archipelago, north of Kenya, excavated in 1966. 250,000 pieces ceramic shards were found, and 20 of which were those of Changsha wares. So this is a Changsha ware from the Fustat side. It's only 2 pieces. 8 pieces were selected. It's picked up by me, and the other 2 pieces found by the Japanese scholars. And this is Changsha ware shard from Manta side. The third one is Shanga site in Kenya. The Shanga site is located south of Pata Island, Lamu Archipelago, north of Kenya, covering an area of 15 hectares. Excavated from 1981 to 1992, the archaeological report recorded more than 30. It's about 31 changsha bowls and green bowl shards. The Peking University archaeological team arranged the date of and found 19 changsha ceramic shards from preserved date. Because we did that investigation in year of 2006, it's about almost 30 years later than the excavation. Okay, the fourth one is Wuko, Tanzania, which is located on the Zanzibar Island, and the excavation work was conducted in 1984, determining the site were activated during the 9th to 11th centuries. The site yielded a large amount of ceramics, 5% being Chinese ceramics. A few changsha bowl glazed ceramics bowl shards were found on the site surface layer, and they didn't give the exact number of the changsha ware. So this is changsha ware shards unearthed from the Shanga site in Kenya. And the total number we found is 19 pieces, and most of them are 9th century. In Western Indian Ocean area, there were no many sites found changsha ware. Each site just unearthed a small quantity of changsha ware. It's a paradox to the changsha ware found in some shipwrecks. So it's strange because from Tang shipwreck, there's a huge number of changsha ware being found, but in the site around the Indian Ocean, it's only a small quantity being found. So this is all the ancient site in the Western Indian Ocean realm where found the changsha porcelains. So for start, Shanga, Manta, and so the Shanga in African Shanga have the most pieces found, which is 31 pieces, and in the Western Indian Ocean, the Siraf found 332 pieces. This site found the most number of changsha ware, and the site is only 11 sites. Only 11 sites found the changsha ware. The second type is the green glazed ware, the Yue green glazed ware. The Yue Kiln site is located in the Zhejiang province, which is the most important ancient ceramics manufacture center during the early time. So in the 1st century, it's created the so-called the major ceramics, and it lasts until early of the 12th century. And this is the Kiln site in Shanglinhu. And the typical Ware products is a green glazed object. This is a object, Ware object and watered from the Baliton rake. And also this is Baliton rake. And also in another shipwreck named it's Cherubim rake, found a huge number of Ware object. So this is also from Cherubim rake. Yue green glazed ware were mostly found at Fustat, Egypt, which have the 941 shards among the 12,000 plus Chinese ceramic shards investigated by Japanese scholar. For more than the amount of changsha ware shards, compared to 10 pieces of Changsha ware, it's much more than the Changsha ware. Among the Chinese ceramic sherds found in Shanghai, surveyed by Peking University archaeological team, 40 pieces were Yue ware, and most of them 10 to 11th century. They were also found at a Manta site. Other site did not yield much, with the Western Indian Ocean region recorded as followed. You know, this is the Yue ware sherds found in Futsat site. Now it's kept in Idimi Museum of Art in Tokyo. Japanese scholar bring it back to Japan. And this is a Yue ware shirt we investigated in Earth from the Shanghai site. And this is a later object. And I list all the ancient sites in Western Indian area. It's much more than Changsha ware, because the site found Changsha ware on only 11, but here it's doubled, I think. In 1998, the Baliton shipwreck was found in Indonesia with over 67,000 pieces of antiques, which was the largest discovery of Tang Dynasty porcelain overseas, and provide the most complete information. According to the date object, shipwreck was dated to the second half of Baoli, which is 826, year of 826. 55,000 pieces of Changsha ware were slaved, along with more than 800 pieces of northern white porcelain, while there were only 200 pieces of green glazed ware of Yue Kiln, accounting for only 0.2% of 67,000 pieces antiques. I would point that this shirt found in Tanglong Citadel site, which I just got it yesterday, and I believe this is the 9th century, and it's a so-called it's probably a so-called Yue type ware. I have discussed with some other scholars. We believe it's probably produced in Guangzhou city. It's a so-called old ware. And the motif of this shirt is we see it's some scholars have discussed this design. It's believed as a motif come from Western Asia. So this is maybe a reserved object just for transport to export to Western Asia area. The third type is the Guangdong green glazed ware, or mainly storage jar. There are difficulties in identification and judgment. Maybe Sharon can recognize it better. Some were among the Chinese ceramics found during our survey at the Shanghai site. So this is a Guangdong green glazed object and watered from Baliton rake, and also large storage jar, middle side and the small side storage jar. It's contained all the almost all kind of cargo can be stored in this storage jar, like the Changsha ware bowls, and also some spices and the tin bars. The four types is white ware of northern China. The white ware of the northern China region actually comprised of the few white ware kiln sites, among which the white ware with a green splash ware should be from Gongxian Kiln of Henan province, along with Xin Kiln products, the white ware. This kind of white with green splashed ware also found in Fustat site and Samarra in Iraq. So this is and watered from the Bariton rake, and this is from Samarra site and the Samarra site, and the Xin Kiln as well also produced white ware. Originally, it was thought that Xin white ware were large in number. Through the recent Kiln site excavation and research, the production of Xin ware reached a peak during the first half of 9th century and were gradually replaced by Ding ware from second half of 9th century to the first half of 10th century. In Africa, less Xin Kiln ware being found than Ding ware. So we found more Ding ware sherds in Africa. Hence, most of this white ware were likely Ding ware. 139 white ware were found at the Fustat site, most of them likely being Ding ware, with 72 with applied last enamels. Enameled. So this is the Xin ware found and watered from Bariton rake, and this is the white sherds and earthed from Fustat side, and also Ding ware with Guan character. And this Ding white glazed object applied the last decoration in Fustat. So it's about it's count as 72 pieces with when they transported to the Egypt, the local people applied the last enamels on this white porcelain. And this is a Ding ware white porcelain found in Shanga site. It's from Samarra side. In addition, shipwreck date reveals that from mid-10th century onward, the northern Chinese white ware were replaced by Fanchang ware of the source in Anhui province. One of the white glazed bowl and earthed at the Manta site, Kenya, was produced at the Fanchang Kiln. So this is before we investigated, people believe it's a Xin ware, but actually it's a Fanchang ware. And these pieces unearthed from Tanglong site. So I believe this products may be produced in the sites along the Yangtze River, probably from Fanchang site, or probably from Fanchang site in Anhui province, or Liangzihu Kiln sites. That is the area with a many kiln sites in Hubei province. So I recently did a research that during the early period when when the white porcelain technique from north got to the southern, the first location is in Liangzihu area in Hubei province and the Jingdezhen and also Fanchang area. This is the early area gets the influence from northern part. And later, Jingdezhen created the Qingbai ware. The technique is changed. Then Qingbai ware extended to the to east to the Hangzhou and to the west to the Guangxi province. And this shirt from the Tanglong Citadel site, we can we can quite sure it's a product from Jingdezhen, but time period is quite late. It's about 12th to 13th century. We can see sites were found 9th to 10th century. Chinese ceramics were mainly port site. For example, in Kenya's coastal region, we investigated a total of 37 excavated sites. Early Chinese ceramics were mostly found at Lamu archipelago areas, while mainland site barely had that period of Chinese ceramics. So the discussion among the above mentioned port ceramic export ceramics, the most important cargo are Changsha ware and Yue green glazed ware. It's obviously that the group four of these ceramics were changing during 9th to 10th century. By studying artifacts found from several shipwrecks of Southeast Asia recently, we can see change of the exported varieties. For catching time, I just very briefly introduce this point of view. So in a baritone rig, the Yue ware only have the 0.2% of Yue ware. So this is a baritone rig. Most cargo is Changsha ware and northern white porcelain, but Yue ware only have a very small quantity, and Guangdong ware. And another shipwreck of middle of the 10th century is the Yintan wreck, found also in Java Sea. 7,000 plus of Chinese porcelain and watered, and include its 4,800 plus pieces are small jars from Guangdong province. And Yue ware increased, it's about 20 to 30%. So this is Yue ware from Yintan shipwreck. But now new research refer, maybe this is not a typical Yue ware. It's produced in a coastal region of Zhejiang province, maybe in Taizhou and Wenzhou. Also, some Fanchang white porcelain. This is from internet. As can be seen, the preparation of Yue ware is in the Yintan wreck has been greatly increased. According to the research done by the excavator, the Yue ware mainly used by the upper class, while the small pot made in Guangdong were mainly used by the upper and the middle class. And we know there's some new material, which is a Chaotan rig in middle of Vietnam. And we know in that shipwreck also immersed quite a few Yue ware objects. So compared to the baritone rig, the percentage is increased also. That mean, but that shipwreck, the time of that shipwreck is very special. During that time, Changsha ware is almost stopped to produce for a small period, for a short period. So during that period, Yue ware increase is not very typical atmosphere. And now we see the cherubim rig. So it's a registered and watered object. It's 419 pieces of antique from that shipwreck, and 350,000 pieces are Chinese ceramics, and most of them, more than 90% is 95% is Ware object. So we can see during 10th century, the second half of 10th century, Ware becoming the most important cargo of maritime trade. So this is Ware from Cherubim Rig. So this is a date. It's 968, year of 968. All this Ware from the Cherubim Rig. Very richful. Even some object we didn't find in the mainland in China. It can be seen that Changsha ware was the most important export ware in 9th century, while Yue ware becoming dominant in the 10th century. This is proved by the fact that there were only 10 pieces of Changsha ware of the 9th century from the Fustat site Egypt, while 941 pieces of Yue ware of the 10th century were unearthed in the Fustat. In Shanghai, 40 pieces of Yue ware were found, 2 times than Changsha ware. Changsha ware is 19 pieces. The change of white porcelain are also becoming clear in the first half of 9th century. White porcelain of the Xing ware, the main export product was the Xing Kiln ware was the main export products from the 4th quarter of 9th century to the first half of 10th century. Ding ware were mainly exported, replaced the Xing ware. In the second half of 10th century, wares of Fanchang Kiln, which located beside the water channel of the Yangtze River, were exported in large number, and a small sum of Ding ware as well, also exported. The change of export products were mainly related to the rise and the decline of some ports caused by some domestic political event in China. For example, the decline of Yangtze River, the decline of Yangzhou port caused by Changsha ware lost its outward transportation channel. The kiln stopped firing at the end of the 9th century. It is the phenomenon worth for pay attention and further study. And I have to added some information. In the first half of 10th century, Changsha Kiln still produced a small quantity of green glazed object, but during that time, it's a 5 dynasties period. The state of Chu have a very bad relation with Nantang. So Nantang stopped Changsha ware export through the Yangzhou port. So we can see the first half of 10th century, there's no Changsha ware exported to outside China. Similar, judging from the discovery of Changsha ware and the Yue ware in the site of a Western Indian Ocean rim, the number of archaeological sites with unearthed Changsha ware of the 9th century is relatively small, mainly a trade port site, while the number of sites having Yue ware of the 10th century increased and began to go into the inland area. The number of sherds also doubled, or many times than Changsha Ware. It can be seen that since China began its large-scale maritime trade from the end of the 8th century, especially after long-distance trade, the 9th century was a period of development, and the peak period was reached in 10th century, especially in the second half of the 10th century. In 990, the kingdom of Srivijaya on Sumatra Island had a long-term war with the Mataram kingdom of Java and the Chola kingdom of India, which closed the Malacca Strait. So Chinese porcelain found in the Indian Ocean region decreased dramatically, and the trade between China and the Western Indian region declined. It was not until the first half of 13th century that it entered a new stage of development again. But the export ceramics undergone tremendous change. A small number of Chinese porcelain from the second half of 11th century to 12th century was found in Fustat site, Egypt, and the coast area of Kenya, but the number is relatively small. It may be transported through the Kara Canal by land to Jeddah port on the western side of Malacca, Malay Peninsula, and then entered the circle of Indian Ocean trade. So when Malacca Strait closed, then some Chinese porcelain can go to the Indian Ocean through the Kara Canal. And now we found quite a few number of Chinese porcelain in this part of site, but very few number found in western side. It's a phenomenon. We have to do more detailed research. Thank you.
Xin cảm ơn giáo sư Tần cũng như là tiến sĩ.
Thank you very much, Professor Chin Ta Shu and Dr. Cao Xianping for the presentation. After this, we have the we have the presentation by Dr. Sarong Vong from Chinese University of Hong Kong. And after this, we have the discussion session. So Sarong will briefly present about the Chinese ceramic distribute in the Hong Kong and Guangzhou during the Song Dynasty. Because Professor Chin Ta Shu will have a flight to Shanghai after this, so before you leave, we would like to have your comment and maybe a question and opinion from Prof. Chin after Sarong. Sarong, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you can start.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. So can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for IICS and Professor Bu Mingqi and also Alex invite me to give a presentation on my research related to the recent archaeological findings on ceramic production and consumption in Guangzhou and Hong Kong during the Song Yuan period. So since we have limited time, so I try to narrow it down in two topics. One is the distributions and consumptions of Chinese stone ceramics found in Hong Kong archaeological sites. And the second one's according to the pictures that I also received it within this 1 to 2 days. So same as Professor Chin. So I try to find as many pictures as I can for the comparison, and I would like to have some preliminary observation on some Chinese songs, ceramic vessels unearthed in Tanglong Imperial Citadel in Hanoi. So my first topic, so I would like to introduce some. So basically, this presentation, because the time is very short, so I try to compromise some of my previous research on two topics. One is the Chinese ceramics found in Hong Kong, and the second is the Guangdong ceramic productions and export during the Tanglong period during my study in Peking University. And Professor Chin also my thesis committee member, so he know that very well. So I try to summarize it in this map. So here you can see basically in Hong Kong, we have three major area that concentrated find the stone ceramics. In general, based on my calculation, is 140 sites in Hong Kong. We find stone ceramics, and in particular, three areas. One is Tuen Mun, and in the New Territory of Hong Kong. It's very nearby Shenzhen. And other sites is along the Lantau Island and also Sha Chou. And the third one is Kowloon, especially the Sacred Hill, recently excavated in 2012 and 2014 by Environmental Resources Management Company. So I think Professor Chin also mentioned that. So I just briefly want to highlight why Hong Kong and why Guangdong. So from the historian, they usually portrayed Hong Kong as the outer part of Guangzhou or as a strategic point on ancient China's maritime routes to Southeast Asia. So the historical text based on Xin Tang Shu, the new history of Tang Dynasty, and also the text also mentioned by Professor Chin's presentation about Jiadan, Guangzhou Tonghai Yilu. In English, that is Guangzhou maritime routes to foreign country. So it states that a place called Tuen Mun held as a strategic position for maritime trade and coastal defense in Tang Dynasty. So in Song Dynasty, basically they also have a record talking about an important place called Guanfu Chang. It mentioned of the salt production establishment and also on the northwest shore of Kowloon Bay. It directed by a salt commissioner and guided by an imperial garrison during the Song period. And also a place, as I mentioned, in Kowloon called Sacred Hill. Why is it called Sacred Hill? Because there was the legend of the escape of Song emperors, Zhao Shi, and also Zhao Bing, who temporarily lived in Hong Kong from Fuzhou to Kowloon at the end of Seventh Song Dynasty. So it's a further evidence for us to learn something more related to the Song court and also Hong Kong. If we find the map in the main dynasty, Guo Fei, he has Yue Daji, the general record of Guangdong. He has supplementary map called a map of coastal line of Guangdong. It also highlight the places we find it according to the archaeological find. One is Tuen Mun, and another one is Guangfuchan, is somewhere around the site of Sacred Hill. Another one is Lantau Island. These three places also appear in the coastal line maritime map. So based on my calculation, but it's almost more than 10 years ago, but it's also very similar. basically, in Hong Kong, most of the ceramic types we find is Celadon, or we call that greenware. And then the second group is barnware, and then unglazed ware, and then the Qingbai ware. And we also find some white and also what we call that Timbuktu ware. And most of the ceramics originally come from four different provinces in China, especially in southern China. It includes Sichuan kilns, Chaozhou and Qishu kilns in Guangdong. And in Fujian, it includes Jian, Cizhao, Minqingyi, Dehua, Putian, Dongjiang, Tong'an, and of course we have more kilns, and basically most of them come from Fujian. And in Zhejiang, mainly Yue and Longchuan ware, and finally is Jiangxi, Jindezhen, Qingbai ware. And for the ceramic forms, bowls and dishes uh, uh, are the major proportions in Hong Kong, what we find especially in the inhabited sites or the tombs. And then we find cups, plates, eras, and also candy, daily utensils, vase, lamp saucers, censers, bosses, lid, and grinding bases and fingerings in the Hong Kong archaeological sites. So in general, as you can see that it's quite popular, especially in Hong Kong. We find quite a number of, we always call that export ware from Guangzhou, is from Sichuan ware. For example, like this, the Cinnabon bowls. So you can see the lotus petaled bowl, and also the motif like this. This motif is very similar to Yao Zhou kiln, but actually it was produced in Sichuan. And also this iron plant paint decoration Celadon dish, we can also find it in Hong Kong. And other very distinctive one is the Yue type ceramic era. We can also find it in Hong Kong in Lantau Island. So you can see that in Hong Kong, why they call that Hong Kong was the outer part of Guangzhou. We can find some evidence according to the ceramic findings, the stone ceramic findings in Hong Kong. So I want to show you some pictures and examples in Hong Kong. Maybe you can compare it. Do you find it in the Tanglong Imperial Citadel site? Here is the Qingbai dishes space from Lantau Island, and this we also call it Qingbai boat, and also this the Yue type era. And also in Shachou, we also find this the mouth rim bowls, and also the iron plant painted basin in Lantau Island or Shachou area. And of course, 其实 is very popular in Hong Kong, but usually it's jar shirts. So this one is in Sai Kung area. You have some yellow glaze on the jar, and also have this stem on top of it. Another important site is Sacred Hill site, Kowloon. This site is very important because it was one of the largest, uh, most important Songyuan sites found in Hong Kong and in the urban archaeological excavation. So based on the information provided by ERM, so you can see we can also find the Longchuan incense burner in this site, and also the well, and also the Zizhao, the dragon jars, and also the small mouth we so call that mercury jars um, in this site. And recently, during the pandemic, in the Antiquity and Monument Office, they have a new exhibition showcase the new findings from the Sacred Hill. So you can see that they also find the era from Zizhao and the Longchuan ware, the dishes with the double fish, and also the jars from Longchuan. And at the same time, they also find the jars with some stamp with the Chinese character on it. So for the comparison, I think it would be good to compare the sacred hillsides findings, compare with the recent finding in Zhongshan New Road in Guangzhou and also the Nanyue King Palace site in the city center, especially the Song layer in 2000s. At that time, I have a chance. Few years later, I went there and they have a lot of Song ceramic shards there. I think it's good to compare the proportion between these few sites, including Tanglong Imperial Palace. Maybe we can learn more about the trading patterns and also the imported Chinese ceramics trading patterns between Guangdong, Hong Kong, and also Vietnam. So my preliminary observation on some Chinese stone ceramic vessel unearthed in Tanglong Imperial Citadel, Hanoi. So I will, because the time is limited, so I mainly highlight three sites in particular. In Guangdong, three major sites is Sichuan Kilns in Guangzhou, Chaozhou Kilns in the eastern part of Guangdong, and also Qishu Kiln in Foshan. Here is Hong Kong and Guangzhou. So, especially for the Sichuan Kilns, it's located in Guangzhou, which is a very famous export kilns during the Song period, especially the Northern Song period. So right now you can see their artifacts in the Guangzhou Museum. So here are some of the artifacts you can see in the museum permanent display. And I especially want to highlight, besides Sichuan kilns, they also have a butter kiln called Shaban kilns. Their products are very similar, and they are also the export kilns. So when we talk about Sichuan, we may also take a look on Shaban kilns. It was excavated around 1994. Yeah. So here you can see based on the examples of different glaze from the Sichuan kilns, you can see that they also produce the Qingbai, Ware, and also the Yaozhou type uh, impest bold, and also some green glaze ware and the iron blonde glaze ware Celadon. So you can see many different colors. So here are some example I want to show you that I have a chance to study the artifacts of Sichuan kilns of Guangzhou in the repository of the Guangzhou Municipal Institute of Cultural Heritage and Archaeology in Guangzhou. So you can see that this type of is very distinctive. They have some crackles and sometimes it's quite creamy, right? And not exactly very pure, especially for their colors. It's you call that Qingbai, but actually you can find some iron spot inside their body. So you can see this, and also here you can see the Qingbai wear and also their pattern. And this one is the creamy white, but they also call it Chengbai. But actually, they have various colors for the export. And a lot of their shirts were can find in Southeast Asia. So here some other example I want to show you on the top of this dish and also the bottom. Maybe you can identify it whether you can compare it in the Tanglong Imperial Citadel. So here is another example with the incise floral design, the patterning with the chrysanthemum flowers and also the peony and also the lotus petals. Is very popular. They use it in the Sichuan kiln. So for the bow, they also have a very popular bows with the mouthed rim. Mouthed rim. They use the funnel sucker to stack the bow. So you can see the bottom characteristics and also on the top and also you can see that. So here are the pattern. Basically, most of the people think that is from Yaozhou, Shanxi, but actually in Sichuan, they also produced it. And of course, the quality is not as good as the Yaozhou kilns in Shanxi. You can see the base, and also you can see this design. Basically, is originally for the chrysanthemum petal, and this is also the chrysanthemum, different groups of chrysanthemum in the middle of the bowl. So you can see the color is quite different from Yaozhou kiln, but they also have this production in Sichuan. So here is the kiln technology in Sichuan kilns. They use the dragon kiln, and they also use the stacking rings and also saga with the bucket shape and also the funnel shape to stack the bowls and also different type of ceramic artifacts like eras and many kinds of their object also use saga for firing in the dragon kiln. Another distinctive site, as mentioned by Professor Buming Chi, I also agree with him. Yeah, in Chaozhou, this site also produce a lot of ceramic export to Southeast Asia. They use dragon kiln. So this was the site I took picture in the Guangzhou Museum and their kiln site. So here are the examples I want to show you when I study their repository. So you can see that they also have a dragon in the middle, and you can see that bottom, this is the characteristic of their foot rim. And second, you can see that this, basically, they learn it from the gold and silverware. So you can see this pattern can also find it in the Chaozhou where they call it also Qingbai ware. But you see the color is quite different, it's quite creamy and the glaze is not that thick. Here and other examples. So it's very popular and you can find it in different sites in the Philippines, in Malaysia, and is also in Indonesia. It's also very popular. You can find the objects from Chaozhou. So you can see the base is quite distinctive. And they also produce fingerings and also the Timuku ware. They use the funnel saga to as the kiln furniture to fire the Timbuktu bowl. They also produce era and is in yellow glaze. Here are some examples from the archaeological reports on the Chaozhou kilns. So you can see the pattern again is quite similar with Sichuan kilns, but for the Chaozhou kilns, they mainly produce Qingbai ware. But for the Sichuan kilns, they mainly produce Citadel, the greenware. So you can see the major difference. It seems like they may have some specializations on their production for export. So for comparison, I know Professor Chin believed that maybe some of this ware may produce from Liangzihu kilns in Hubei. But for my comparison, I believe that maybe it come from Sichuan compared with the Tanglong citadels. So it's quite distinctive if you compare with the reports and also the patterning and the shape. So you can see that it's quite popular. They use the inside file design and the combing method and also use the chrysanthemum petal or peony petal or lotus flower petal is quite popular in the Sichuan kiln in Guangzhou. Here is another example compare with Sichuan, and we can also find this for this compare with Professor Peter Lamb's catalog in 1985. You can also see this. So, and other examples from the Sichuan kilns of Guangzhou. So you can also see this style, and they separate into different panels. So it's also find it in Sichuan kiln. So compare with Tanglong citadels between the Sichuan shirts, I saw it in the repository in the Guangzhou Institute. So you can see they also have some samples like this. It's not very sophisticated, and you can find the iron spot inside the body, but it's very popular in Southeast Asia as the import goods. So discussion. I would like to highlight, maybe I may give you some supplementary information on the imported Song ceramic findings in Tanglong Imperial Citadel for the Guangdong Song ceramics, such as Guangzhou Sichuan kilns and also Chaozhou kilns. They may some of the imported goods import in the Tanglong Imperial Citadel. And we should link up with the production, the shipwreck, and also the distribution and consumption on both land and sea, in particular, the maritime trade road, link up with Guangzhou and also Hanoi. Another thing is about the domestic consumption of export products in Hong Kong and Guangdong, and also the imported Chinese ceramics consumption in Tanglong Imperial Citadels in different social classes. For example, like officials, elites, middle class, or the people working there. And also we may consider and do the comparison between the temporal and spatial patterning of ceramic artifacts, such as ceramic types, forms, proportions, and whether they are fragments or intact objects. So we may learn more about their relationship between different sites. So in conclude, I believe that between Guangdong and also Hong Kong or Hanoi, they may have the inter or intra-regional economic exchange by maritime network and interaction between their ceramic production system and also the trading system between South China and Southeast Asia. So I would like to emphasize, maybe next time I have chance to visit IICS again, maybe we can have more interaction on that. So here are some list for the essential reference lists on studying the Guangdong Song ceramics. Some are very essential, something are new. For example, like this Chinese Chaozhou Kilns books printed around 5 years ago. And this one is printed by the Beijing Palace Museum. They have the ceramic samples from Guangdong and also Hainan. I think it's a very essential reading for us to learn more about the Guangdong Song ceramics in the Tanglong Imperial Citadel. So thank you. Especially thank you for ICS for me to have this short presentation about my preliminary observation on the Song ceramic findings in Tanglong Imperial Citadel. Thank you very much.
Và như vậy chúng ta đã nghe ba cái tham luận của ba học giả quốc tế trở đến từ Trung Quốc. Nói là rất nhiều cái tham luận hay. Bây giờ có lẽ là chúng ta sẽ dành thời gian. Có lẽ là xin phép anh Nhật Chiến là chắc là không còn nhiều thời gian. Cho nên tiến sĩ Nguyễn Đình Chiến sẽ dành sau. Chúng ta sẽ đọc trong bài đó. Và bây giờ chúng ta sẽ dành một chút thời gian để đặt câu hỏi và gọi là và bình luận một chút.
Giáo sư vừa xin nhắn tin là xin phép. Giáo sư phải bay rồi. So now before we have the last presentation, we will have a short time for discussion. So Dr. Cao Xianping provide us a general background and the historical development of the Qingde production ceramic. So it's very fascinating information for us. And we can see that there are close connection between the Chen ceramic and the ceramic found in Thang Long Citadel. And Professor Qin Dashu provided important information about the Chinese ceramic exported to Africa. I find very fascinating when he raised a discussion with my presentation about the one object that is belong to Changping kings or not. But because Pope Chin Tashu have to leave now because he have a flight, so I could not discuss with him at the moment. But maybe we have another time for discussion later. But I still believe that this that artifact is still belong to the Song dynasty, not the Tang. One of the important information from the presentation is that we learn about the differences between the Xing and the Ting production centers. Actually, in Tanglong, we also excavated and found many Xing ceramic, but we don't mention it here because it's belong to the previous period. In Tanglong, we also found many Sichuan wares. And I want to discuss with Sarong as the dishes that appear on the proceeding and the poster, because Sarong, according to Sarong, is belong to the Sichuan kings. But I've been to Sichuan many times. And I know and I believe so. It might not from the Sichuan. So now, because from the international scholars, so we know more and many new names and new kings from China that we found excavated in Tanglong. Now I would like to invite Cao Shanping. Cao Shanping, could you give some comment about the Prof. Chin Tashu's idea about the difference between the Hu Tian and Lu Ma Chao kings, because
Dũng nhấn.
Dr. Trần Anh Dũng, he would like to raise a question. In Tanglong Citadel, we found a type of ceramic. The clay is not kaolin. The clay is not kaolin, but the color is kind of the red color clay. And could you give us information about the date and origins? And the second question is the Yue Chou, where according to Prof. Chin, it was exported during the 10th centuries. But according to me, the Yue Chou ware could probably exported later on from the maybe 11th century. In Tanglong Citadel, we found a lot of the Yue Chou ware, Yue Chou Celadon in Tanglong, because the Tanglong Citadel started only from the early 11th century. But in the previous capital of Vietnam, in Hoa Lư, before 11th century, we found no evidence of the Yue Chou by the 10th century. Thank you. So because Pope Chin Dashu is not here, so maybe Sharon or Xiaojin Shanping, could you give us some opinion about the Yuezhou exploitation?
About which
Wait,
which piece?
wait a minute, Sharon.
Okay.
So now Professor Nguyễn Văn Kim, famous historian who studying the maritime trade history, and it's very great to be here today. And from the studying the ceramics, we could learn a lot about the relationship and the exchange between Vietnam and China in the past. We can see many influence from China in terms of the decoration, the making technique, the firing technique, and motif and the type. Maybe between two countries, their exchange was very important in the past. And because Thăng Long was the capital of Đại Việt in the past, and because of the discovery of a huge number of the Chinese ceramic in Tanglong Citadel, so we could see that Tanglong was not because Tanglong is an open-minded capital, open-minded political center of Đại Việt, and we could see that Tanglong is an international hub for exchange. So my question is, the discovery of the Chinese ceramic within the Tanglong Citadel. So is there any influence of Vietnam back to China, or is there any exportation of the Vietnamese ceramic to China? But for this question, I need to ask a Chinese colleague. That's about the Vietnamese ceramic exportation to China. But as far as I know, many colleagues from the Guangxi Museum, colleagues, they provide us information about the discovery of the 13th and 14th century Vietnamese ceramic excavated in Guangxi, in Phong Trân Khang. And there are centers that could be considered as the importation center of the Vietnamese ceramic in Guangxi.
Mm.
And Sarong is one of the young researcher and expert, and Sarong has so many experience all around the world, and Sarong could provide us with some comments and opinions. And please.
Oh, thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Chi. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. For the questions from professors, I can give you some more information. Besides Guangxi, basically, Vietnamese ceramics can also find in Hong Kong, Lantau Island in Penny Space. Based on Professor Peter Lam's identification, he find Vietnamese bull and right Ware in Hong Kong. So here is what we can know about the Vietnamese ceramics found in Hong Kong area. And other two sites found Southeast Asian ceramics is also Lantau Island and also a place called Sa Joy Shipwreck. We also find the ceramic shirts in Thailand. Yeah, this is what we can find. But the problem is not too many Chinese ceramic researcher, they have knowledge on Vietnamese ceramics. So in the future, we hope that we can have more interaction so we can learn more about Vietnamese ceramics so we can understand the interaction between Vietnam and Chinese based on the ceramic archaeological findings.
Có lẽ là tiếp tục theo thì có thể là tiến sĩ Gao.
Cao Xianping, could you give us some comment? Hello, Cao Xianping.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. The question is, what's the difference between Hutian and Loma Chao Kiln site, right? I remember. Actually, there are not too much difference between these two kiln sites, because Loma Chao and Hutian are just at a distance less than 5 kilometers. In the past, we did not know much about the region, region of ancient Jingdezhen, about the early kiln production in this region. In 2012, through the excavation of Loma Chao kiln site, we realized that this region was another central production area besides the Hutian kiln in the mid-Southern Song dynasty. So we should know that before the Yuan dynasty, the region of ancient Jingdezhen represented by Hutian, by Loma Chao, is another center, maybe much important than Hutian in this period. For Ming and Qing dynasty, the region of ancient Jingdezhen has become the it's become the most important production area. And Hutian, the production time of Hutian is just until the late of Ming dynasty. In Qing dynasty, there don't have any production. So yeah, that's all.
Xianping and Sarong, and can you answer the question about the exportation timeline of the Yuezhou ceramic? Is started from 9th century or 10th century or 11th centuries? Because according to the evidence from the Vietnamese archaeological site in Thăng Long, in Thang Long Citadel, we only find the Yuezhou from the 11th century. But for the 10th century and earlier, we don't find any much of the Yuezhou ware. But according to Porcelain, so from the 10th century, Yuezhou ware exported a lot.
Okay, yes, but for some researchers, as I read their articles, it's a little bit more earlier, maybe in around late 8th century. The year where already export outside. And compare, maybe David can have more information about that. And for example, like in Encore, simply based on my evidence from FAO and other sites, the year where we can find is from 9th to 10th century, but very, very few. Compare with later on for the Fujian ware. So according to Porcelain's hypothesis, it also related to the roads, the maritime roads changings between from the 9th to 10th century, and then later on 11th to 12th century, and then 12th century to 14th century. So they have different stages on the year wear, but it's a very important findings according to the Ballantine shipwrecks material, and also later on the Cirebon, and also the Intan shipwreck. Yeah, I hope that I can give you a very brief introduction, because it's quite complicated on the year wear finding. You must link up with the findings in Indian Ocean or even Africa, together with Southeast Asia, and even in Japan, and also along the coastal area of China. Thank you. Xianping, do you have something to add about the Ware. No.
No, 您讲的很好，就没有什么特别。Yeah, I don't have any.
So now I'm just raising a question from Sarawat from Dalian University about the Chinese influence took place in Vietnam. So this is a very difficult question from Sarawat. So it is a long story and we need much more effort to answer this question. So between the Li Vietnam ceramic and the Song Chinese ceramic are very similar. And because of the similar, so we can see that there are some influence in terms of culture, in terms of history, in terms of technique. But we need to analyze when did it exactly start, the influence or interaction between two sides start. So we can see that the Song and the Li is similar in the timeline, and also the category and the type of ceramic are also similar, and the quality is also similar. But we also see that the Chinese Song ceramic have profoundly influenced over the Vietnamese Li ceramic in many aspects. From the selecting of the clay, the making technique, the decorative motif, and also the line of grace. So the influence was very strong. But when look closer and when we study the in detail, so we can see the many small differences. Like for example, in the making of the base rim, so it's very different, and also the firing technique also different. The Yaozhou ware technique is heavy influence to the Li Vietnam's technique, using the mold and using the same motif of decoration. So it probably the Vietnamese kings during the Li dynasty, they invited and they labor the Chinese potters within the Thang Long Citadel. Because in history, especially in the later period, by the 19th century in Vietnam, the Nguyen dynasty, the Nguyen royal dynasty, they invited the Chinese potter come and live in inside of the capital of Vietnam and produce the ceramic in Vietnam. So that is then also the possibility of the diffusion of the technique through the diplomatic relationship between the two countries. This is similar to the story between the Vietnam and Champa in the past when the Đại Việt king they came to the Champa capital, and then he also bring along the Vietnamese porter to the Champa kingdom and built the kings in Champa capitals. So, but that's only the assumption, but not our final conclusions. That we need to analyze more the historical take and other detailed study. This is very normal for the neighboring countries because they always interact and they always exchange and they always learn each other. So this is very important question, but very difficult to answer. But I can say that there are many methods and many roads, many ways for this interaction and this influence. This also happened in the later period of Vietnamese ceramic production, like in Chu or ceramic production. They also learn from the model that they bought and they brought back from China. And I would welcome more international and Vietnamese scholar could gathering there to study about this in the future.
Còn câu hỏi nào nữa không ạ? Hỏi các bạn đấy, còn câu hỏi nữa không? Có lẽ David chỉ comment thôi. Rất là David có thể comment trong vòng 5 năm.
Hi David. Okay, so now I think that you have like 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Not only present the presentation, but you could raise question or you could give comment on the previous presentation.
I really couldn't add anything else to what has already been put forth. This is really before my research focus, so I'm learning a lot today about particularly the UA stuff.
Alex,
do you want to present the finding on? Yeah,
absolutely. Sorry, I thought you were asking me a question about the discussion. Okay, so let's go.
Yeah, so but keep it shortly, please.
Hang on, share screen coming up. All right. We're good to go? All right. Thank you for everybody. It's been a really informative discussion today. Thank you for inviting me to talk. So I'll be going through the results of my PhD research, which really focused more on a later time period than what we're talking about today, but we still have a lot of material from the Song dynasty in my data set. In contrast to what we've been looking at with the focus on the elite sites of the Tanglong Citadel and the capital, my data is more about the peripheral areas of Angkor, as you'll see. So to start, Many of you are probably familiar with Chaldequan. If you're familiar with Angkor, he was an emissary of the Yuan dynasty of China who visited Angkor in 1296. He's renowned today as the author of the only surviving eyewitness account of Angkor in its heyday. He gives us a fascinating insight into the daily life of its inhabitants, everybody from the king and his entourage down to the peasants, servants, and slaves. Now, Shao makes an effort to record words of the Khmer language, but he is unlikely to have been able to communicate directly with the local population. But fortunately, Chinese merchants had been living at Angkor and working there for some time, probably centuries, by the late 13th century. And it's from this small segment of Angkor's population that Shao must have acquired his information. So he gives us insight into the topic under discussion today, that is Angkor and its trade relationship with China. Angkor exported mostly forest products, resins, scented woods, ivory, bird feathers, etc. The Chinese products that were highly sought after by Angkor were gold and silver, silk, pewterware, lacquer dishes, and celadons from Guangzhou and Chuzhou. Pardon my pronunciation for every Chinese site today, as well as other products including mercury, cinnabar, paper, sulfur, saltpeter, etc. So to discuss the types of ceramics we're finding here at Angkor, I'll be seeking to address 3 questions in this brief presentation. What types of Song ceramics do we find at Angkor? How were they distributed spatially and temporally throughout our survey area? And what function might they have served for the people of Angkor? So, as I said, this is focusing on my PhD data set, which was a surface collection, just the ceramics we're finding on the surface, which were gathered within the framework of the Greater Angkor Project, which investigates the development, daily life, and demise of Angkor. My research has always been on the demise and transformation of Angkor, which is roughly the 13th to the 15th century. The aim of the surface collection was to identify changing settlement patterns across the vast expanse of Angkor. So this is more than 1,000 square kilometers of a dispersed, low-density settlement. It's a mix of agricultural and residential space that is given functional coherence by a network of infrastructure. You can see the embankments, canals, reservoirs, etc., that tie together all the hundreds and hundreds of house mounds, residential spaces, and basically all that white space would be rice fields. So this is more than 1,000 square kilometers of settlement beyond the central temple complex that everyone is so familiar with. So ceramics are the most durable and commonplace cultural material, and it's used by everybody. So they're a useful indicator of where people are living. As part of our surface collection, we visit each residential area on our archaeological map, and we collect whatever ceramics we find on the surface so we can study a very large area quickly and cost effectively. And as I said, today I'll be focusing on the Song dynasty portion of that collection. So we surveyed areas within these transects, the red rectangles, that is 5 kilometers wide and up to 35 kilometers long. The majority of the imports at Angkor are overwhelmingly Chinese. However, still, that only makes up a very small proportion of the total assemblage. Most sites, Chinese is found only in 1 to 2% of the total ceramics assemblage. However, the places where we find Chinese ceramics in higher proportions suggest they were high value and perhaps a marker of status. Excavations within Angkor Thom, that's the central citadel, we find them in proportions of 5 to 10% And within the royal palace, as I'll go into more detail a bit later, they significantly outnumber Khmer ceramics. 2/3 of what's found inside the palace was Chinese. So this has led some to suggest that Chinese ceramics were preferred for ornamentation and serving food within the palace itself. So our team collected by a pedestrian survey, which is surface scatters. We're reporting the sorts of artifacts we find and a brief description of the state of the occupation site. For many of these places, it's probably the first time an archaeologist had actually visited these house mounds in person. So over 700 sites were surveyed in this fashion. And to our collection, we added that was gathered by Christophe Potier from the EFEO. He made a similar collection back in the 1990s, but in a slightly different area. So in total, we had 2,541 datable tradeware or imported sherds. And of these, 563 I dated to the Song dynasty from the 10th to the 13th centuries. So in general, these ceramics were carefully made and relatively high valued. However, 142 sherds, or about 1/4 of them, were either underfired or misfired in some manner. Just a quick summary of the sorts of forms, glazes, and production sites from our collection. The most common forms are covered boxes and bowls. The most popular glazes were Qingbai, Celadon, and plain white. And the most common production sites are all really in Fujian province, which combined accounts for about 75% of what we have. But there's also Jingdezhen, Longshuan, and sites in Guangdong as well. And what I'll do now is just give you some, a brief summary of the different types and example photos and the locations at which they were recovered by our survey team. So we have small covered boxes from Nan'an in the 11th and 12th centuries with the combed incisions, vertical incisions down the sides. Also in the 11th and 12th, the fruit-shaped covered boxes from Chaozhou, often with a stem or a nubbin on top of the lid, representing the fruit stem. As I said, most plentiful sites are in Fujian, including Dehua. So we have lots of covered boxes here, from plain white, Qingbai, the later styles as well with the scrolls around the sides. And as you can see, a lot more locations which they are found as well. Oops. We have a few from Jingdezhen, often with this lobed, molded shapes around the side from the 11th to 13th centuries. What Marie-France Dupoisat calls the unglazed ring bowls, stonewares from Fujian that have this stacking ring in the center, an indicator they're probably being mass produced, stacked in the kilns when fired. They were pretty common. And of course, the celadon from Longshuan, carved or incised with fluting in the cavetto or the outside, or lotus petal patterns. And of course, we have a few of these twin fish applique designs as well. I didn't have a good piece from our collection, but this is from the Southeast Asian Ceramics Museum at Bangkok University, this photo. And we have very similar pieces here at Angkor too. A handful of the mercury jars. I know this probably is from type 3, if I'm correct there, Sharon. So it's probably more Yuan dynasty, but it's the only decent piece I had. The other ones that are from the Song would be much smaller fragments, but we have a couple of dozen mercury jar pieces. And finally, the cylindrical covered jars again from Nan'an, and again, their locations. So to briefly compare each of those distribution maps, again, it doesn't matter how many pieces were found at any one site, it just gets represented by a dot if it's found there, okay? So what we note here is that generally speaking, all these types are sort of distributed throughout our survey areas. The only real clustering we find is probably where there's more people living. So you've got, this is the river area of the Rolluwas, and these lines that we're seeing like this, that is the high water mark of the lake. So we have more people living along the lake's edge and in the river basin of the Rolluwa River. That's just in our survey zone. Of course, we did not survey inside Angkor Thom in the city center. And so what I've also done is to combine all the different types and again, indicate which sites we're finding material at a given century. So 11th is the earliest from our surface collection. 12th, we're getting more sites, but still there's that generally uniform distribution throughout our survey zones. Same, maybe the peak in the 13th, and still a lot in the 14th. So the main characteristic of the spatial distributions, like I said, it's a general uniformity with clustering in the lake's edge and in river basins. I would argue for the peripheral areas we're considering here, that the areas with more ceramics probably had more people. And one potential interpretation of the general uniformity of their distribution would be that importation and distribution of ceramics from China was a centralized system, like it was probably controlled by the state. It's most likely that all these imports arrive via maritime trade routes along the coast of Vietnam, up the Mekong Delta, and to Angkor via the Tonle Sap, which is exactly how Shao Daquan came to Angkor in 1296. And the higher proportion of imports at Angkor Thom and within the Royal Palace also suggests the elites had first preference on those imported goods. So I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about one site that we excavated in this part of our survey area known as Kok Kon Shirai. Rather unassuming house mound, but of the sites that I excavated for my dissertation, this gives a very typical representation of the occupation history of these peripheral sites. Sorry, what's going on? So this is stratigraphy from Trench 1, stratigraphy and artifact density as we go down spit by spit. This is the depth. We're showing Khmer stonewares and Khmer earthenwares with blue and green, and the small amount of Chinese tradewares being shown in red. So the bulk, what's clear in the artifact density is the bulk of the ceramics is from the Angkorian period, and if we're using our Chinese imports as a more accurate chronological benchmark, which they are, they have a finer chronological resolution than Khmer ceramics can offer us at the moment. We see that even 50 centimeters below the surface, we still have potentially Song Dynasty ceramics. So the great bulk of this assemblage is Angkorian, and most of that would also be dating to the Song Dynasty from the 10th to the 13th century. Now, as you can see here, the tradewares make up only a tiny proportion. And if we look in more detail, of all the Khmer ceramics combined, there's almost 1,200 sherds, more than 18 kilos of Khmer ceramics. but only 46 Chinese sherds and 300 grams. So we're looking at 1.7% of the total assemblage is imported. Like I said, between 1 and 2% normally. So either these goods were too expensive or not readily accessible to many of the inhabitants of the periphery. But in stark contrast, excavations within Angkor Thom and the Royal Palace have found a much higher percentage of imports. At the Royal Palace of Angkor Thom, a total of 58,000 shards have been recovered from excavations. They are, like I said, more plentiful than Khmer ceramics at the palace. And it's here the earliest Chinese ceramics predate our surface collection. We do have those Yue green glaze stonewares that Duplazat dates to the 10th century, although they are quite rare. There's less than a dozen pieces of those 58,000 were from that early 10th century. Now, it's Duplazat's analysis of material from Jacques Gaucher's excavations in Angkor Thom and inside the Royal Palace that she proposes a two-phase importation model. Okay, her analysis also includes reference to earlier excavations by Bernard Philippe Grolier as well. These are back in the 1950s. Grolier also reported fragments of exceptional pieces, which he called very high quality vases. So we're looking at pieces probably reserved for high status people, which makes us think of ambassadors' gifts like we've heard about some of the other presenters today. So Duplazat's two-phase model, we have the first phase, 10th to the 12th century, the second phase, the 13th to the 15th century. Within the Royal Palace, phase 1 equates to 45% of the total, in which bowls are 30% of that fraction and boxes 66%. So even though our surface collection, these are all from like excavated contexts primarily that we're talking about now, but our surface collection, even though it is clearly an incomplete representation of what is underneath the surface, we still find similar proportions of bowls and boxes. We had 50% bowls, boxes, and 30% bowls in the periphery. For phase 2 in the palace, which is 50% of the total, we now have more bowls, 51%, and less boxes, but they still make up 44% of the assemblage. The other fragments were dishes, jars, or ewers. They make up the remainder. And combined, if we merge the two phases together, we still have boxes in the majority. That is, where is it? 53% of the assemblage are covered boxes. Well, whereas bowls are only 39%, sorry. If we look beyond the Royal Palace to the excavations that have been done inside the Angkor Thom enclosure, for those of you unfamiliar with Angkor's history, there are temples inside the Angkor Thom enclosure, including the Royal Palace, the Bapuan, and some other smaller ones that were built prior to the Citadel. And so Angkor Thom was built around the Royal Palace, which is why we have earlier ceramics here. As we see here, the vast majority of the ceramics excavated inside Angkor Thom are in the second phase, the 13th to the 15th century, when we would have had, you know, tens of thousands of people living inside the urban center. So again, boxes are the dominant form for the earlier percentage, but after this, we have 75% bowls in the Angkor Thom excavations. And Jacques Gaucher reports that some sites in Angkor Thom had 5 to 10% of the assemblage being Chinese. And this would mostly be in that second phase. So you may note that this transition between the two phases of Duplessis model corresponds to the reign of Jayavarman VII. He's widely regarded as Angkor's greatest king. His religious reforms made Angkor a Mahayana Buddhist state. And the many temples commissioned during his reign effectively centralized the control of land and surplus into the hands of fewer elites. It's the culmination of a long process of centralization of Angkor's economy, political religious economy. So Duplessis links the increase of bowls at Angkor Thom during the second phase to their availability at a wide range of prices. So you could satisfy both the royal court and the less affluent households. This goes along with an increase in Chinese production at this time, a considerable increase. Maritime trade routes in general developed. And she says the number of workshops increased across numerous provinces of southern China in which systems of mass production emerged, especially in Fujian.
Dave, you have 2 minutes.
Sorry?
You have 2 minutes.
All right.
You have two more minutes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks. So Jayavarman VII's conquest over Champa has been also linked to establishing control over maritime trade routes along the coast of Vietnam. Last slide. So we have so few written records from Angkor, and our primary textual source, the inscriptions, do not deal with this matter. However, I agree with the general idea that their scarcity at Angkor and their concentration in elite contexts, that Chinese ceramics was some sort of status marker. Duplessis also notes that the dominance of covered boxes at Angkor is significant because that was not the case at elsewhere where we find Chinese ceramics throughout Southeast Asia. At most other sites, bowls are the dominant form. So we've got other proposed functions for the boxes where they contained more high-valued commodities like cosmetics or powders, perfumes, maybe betel leaves. They could have been used in religious rituals at the temples. Bowls would have also been suitable for presenting offerings. The taller cylindrical jars could have been used for Buddhist mortuary practices, such as interring cremated remains. So this is the Sra Srong Cemetery, which was active between the 11th and 13th centuries. Some of these were grave goods, but others were used to inter ashes. And we also find other sites where Chinese ceramics that date to later periods are also being used for cremation remains, Lolai and Cockpittree. I want to finish by mentioning a recent pilot study by University of Sydney PhD student Lorraine Leung, which characterizes the contents of ceramics by residue analysis. So shards recovered from excavations at Angkor Wat were sampled. This including Qingbai, Celadon, later period blue and white, and Khmer stonewares. Historical records mention traditional Chinese medicines, TCM, that they were being imported to Angkor. So her research method was structured to identify the chemical signature that those sorts of commodities would leave in a residue. So by using Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, thanks, FTIR, she was able to identify the presence of chemical compounds that would be indicative of those traditional herbs and medicines. She couldn't identify the specific herbs, but the expected signature of TCM could be recognized within those signatures. So despite the small sample size that Lorraine used, was only less than 24 pieces, her pilot study demonstrates that surface residues can be detected on glazed surfaces, and that the long-held suspicion that these covered boxes were first used as packaging to export Chinese commodities to Angkor is also seems to be validated. Of course, what they were used for after that may relate to these earlier ideas. And of course, future studies may also reveal the function and contents of bowls and other vessel forms that we find at Angkor. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Alex, for your awesome translation today too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. David Brotherson. It's very interesting. But sorry for the time limit. But it's very interesting to learn from the research, especially the methodology, the analyzing of the number of the data, and especially analyzing the chemical remnants in the bowls and dishes. So we hope to learn more about the research results in future about the function of the bowls and the bowls. So that's very interesting topic. So, but I'm very sorry that because the time has time's up because and I would like to thanks to international and Vietnamese scholar participating in our seminar today. This is the first ever seminar and discussion on the Chinese and the Song Chinese in Vietnam. And we have received many interest from international scholar and also in Vietnam. So on behalf of the Vietnam, of the Institute of Imperial Citadel Study, I would like to thanks again. And I would like to wish you a good health and have a happy New Year and Merry Christmas to all the participants and friends and colleagues. And I hope to welcome you in Hanoi in the future and hope that we can organize a larger conference about this topic in the future with our contribution as well. So thank you very much. Thank you, Sarong. Thank you, David. Thank you, Xianping. And thank all participants. And now for the all participants in Hanoi, we will have a lunch.
Cheers.
We have lunch and we party now. So sorry that we could not include you in this party.
Yo.
Yo. Okay.
Bye bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Jumping.
Bye, David. Bye bye.
Mọi người thoát thì em dừng nhé.